I love when you're waiting for 3-0. That's a great inspiration for me. No.
We will now reconvene the City Council special meeting. Are there any final actions?
Good evening, Madam Mayor. No final action tonight.
All right, we will now adjourn the City Council special meeting and call to order the City Council regular meeting for Tuesday, April 11th. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Council members Rohrbaugh,
Here.
Aquino,
Here.
Chalem-Cherla,
Here.
Rodriguez,
Here.
and Kozlowski is absent.
All right, let us stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any agenda updates?
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. There's a revised staff report for item 10 and additional information transmittal for items 3 and 13 that have been previously provided to you, and a copy is also available on the table in the back.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Will the clerk please call the next item?
Your next item this evening is business from the floor.
All right, business from the floor is the public's opportunity to address the City Council concerning any item within the City Council's jurisdiction that is not on the agenda. Please keep in mind that the City Council is generally prohibited from discussing or taking action on any item that is not on the agenda. Public comments are limited to no more than 3 minutes. There is a speaker timer on the podium in front of you that will display the time remaining of your 3 minutes. The color will change to yellow when you have 30 seconds left and then turn red and blink when your 3 minutes are up. We ask that everyone respect the 3-minute time limit to ensure that all speakers have an equal opportunity to address the council. Are there any public comments?
Yeah, you have 2 requests to speak this evening under business from the floor. The first is Steve Dick, who will be followed by Caitlin Conway. So Steve, if you want to come down and approach the podium. And Caitlin, you can be ready because you'll be next.
Good evening, Steve.
Where is the timer? Oh, right there.
Yep, I'll start it once you start.
Okay, I'm here to talk about the East Bidwell corridor from State Road 50 to Mangini, which is in the new Folsom Ranch subdivision. We moved into our house in the Lennar community in this area in July of 2019. At that time, the East Bidwell corridor was a relatively easy, navigable section. We only had a couple of 3-way stops at Alder Creek Parkway and Mangini. The 3-way stop at Mangini was turned into a traffic light, which was good for the residents there as the Folsom Ranch began to build up down in that area. Traffic flowed fairly smoothly until more homes were built out north of Mangini, and traffic started to flow out of these subdivisions via Alder Creek to East Bidwell. That created another backup at that intersection. Eventually, they put in a 3-way stoplight, and that helped to accommodate the traffic there. Sometime after this, an expansion of 4 lanes on East Bidwell began south of Mangini. It needs to be noted that there are no residents in that area. So that really didn't help any of the residents that were trying to travel north to the highway or to other areas. Sometime after this, East Bidwell between 50 and Mangini was severely compromised, in my opinion, to create a relatively dangerous set of curves and detours in anticipation of widening the 4 lanes and included another 3-way stop at Savannah Parkway because for some strange reason, Alder Creek Parkway was closed off. So now we had a 3-way stoplight that is now always green because there's no traffic coming in from Alder Creek. So that forced everybody now to come in on Savannah, which again creates a backup there that has not been addressed. I did address most of these situations with Councilperson Sarah Aquino. She was very good in coming back to me with a bunch of information in terms of, what has been done, what hasn't been done. What's really kind of confusing is why did they work on the section south of Mangini where nobody travels and have not addressed the issue from Mangini north to 50. You have got in excess of 2,400 homes in that area. And in my humble opinion, we contribute an enormous amount of money either through taxes and or through Melrose that should be used to fund this. So when we addressed this with the mayor, we talked about, yes, the rains and everything have probably complicated the construction, but it's high time that you address the citizens in that area to give us, reasonable access for what we paid for.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Your next speaker will be Caitlin Conway.
Good evening, Caitlin.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Rodriguez and City Council members. My name is Caitlin Conway, and I am currently a senior at Vista Del Lago High School. I'm working on a project for the SMUD Yes competition, which my fellow team members have spoken about at the last few meetings. We continue to focus on SB 54, which was signed into law by Governor Gavin Newsom in 2022 to reduce plastic pollution by making all packaging in California recyclable or compostable by the year of 2032. The online petition we created in order to demonstrate California residents' support of the implementation has reached a total of 216 signatures so far. This petition shows how urgently this issue needs to be addressed, as our group and many others in the local community hope to help control the pollution created by single-use plastics. I've been a resident of Folsom for my entire life. I've walked nearly every trail, visited every small pond, and spent my summers along the shores of our beautiful river and lake. Over the years, I've noticed an increase of pollution in these areas that had once little to no plastic contamination. As our population has grown, people have become less and less conscious of the waste that they generate and how it affects the incredible environment that we are lucky enough to live in. Improvements need to be made as soon as possible in combating the trash problems around the Folsom community, especially when it comes to litter in our parks and in areas near the lake. Otherwise, these beautiful locations will no longer be able to be enjoyed by our residents or visitors, as well as leading to significant harm to local wildlife. For these reasons, I request that the City Council examine SB 54 and the possibility of implementing it within Folsom as soon as possible. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Caitlin. All
Okay.
right, will the clerk please call the next item?
Yeah, you have no further requests to speak under business from the floor, so this will take us into scheduled presentations. Our first item this evening will be a proclamation of the mayor of the city of Folsom proclaiming April 9th to the 15th as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in the city of Folsom. If you'd like to come on down, please.
Okay, there it goes. Yes, there we go. All right, just a switch. All right, receiving. What happens when- There we go. All right. Receiving today's proclamation is Ashley Antonelli, Dispatcher Ashley Antonelli, Dispatcher Jameson Brown, 2022 Dispatcher of the Year Erica Dawson, 2022 Customer Service Award recipient Dispatcher Kathy Laughlin, and Dispatcher Tina DeWater, Communications Supervisor Jamie Jentz. And I also want to give just a little shout out to all the other dispatchers and supervisors. Jenny Perennial, Alex Acorn, Ashley Shanta, Brian Kem, Christina DeWaters, Ava Canaday, Jessica Prince, Rebecca Murphy, and dispatcher supervisors Suzanne Rivera and Maria Alway. In recognition of Dispatcher Appreciation Week, we want to thank the men and women whose words, 911, what's your emergency, have a distinctive, different significance to non-public safety individuals. We want to thank these headset heroes who are the first responders. Are you guys feeling the love from the community this week?
Yeah. You should see all the treats in the
office, so
Yes. So something that's so, I'm going to hand this to you. Something that's so distinctive about our community is that they really do love you guys. Our police department, our fire department, people in this community, as long as I've lived here for 16 years, love public safety individuals. So the proclamation of the mayor of the city of Folsom proclaiming April 9th through the 15th, the National Public Safety Telecommunications Week in the city of Folsom. Whereas even in times of crisis, the communications dispatchers of the city of Folsom are responding for answering incoming calls for emergency services and dispatching assistance to help save the lives and property of our citizens. Whereas Folsom's communication dispatchers are the first responders and a vital link to our police officers monitoring radio activity, providing information, and enhancing their safety. And the safety of emergency responders is dependent on the quality and accuracy of information obtained from citizens who call the City of Folsom Public Safety Answering Point. And in 2022, Folsom's communications dispatchers handled 88,247 telephone calls and dispatched 53,017 events. In 2022, Folsom's communication dispatchers answered 99% of all 911 calls in 15 seconds or less. Folsom's communication dispatchers contribute substantially to the apprehension of criminals and the quality of life of our citizens. Folsom's communication dispatchers exhibited compassion, understanding, and professionalism during the performance of their jobs in the past year. Therefore, I, Rosario Rodriguez, Mayor for the City of Folsom, on behalf of the Folsom City Council, do hereby proclaim the week of April 9th through the 15th as National Public Safety Telecommunications Week in the City of Folsom and extend our gratitude to Folsom's communication dispatchers for their dedicated service to our community, their diligence, and commitment to keeping our city and citizens safe. Thank you.
Okay, your next item this evening will be scheduled presentation item number 2. This is a proclamation of the mayor of the city of Folsom encouraging the community to become involved in Arbor Day.
All right, is Amy Nunez here? Oh, there.
Amy, come
Hi,
on
Amy.
down.
Amy is here.
Amy, I think it is fair to say you've been one busy girl the last 2 months. Yeah. This proclamation of the mayor of the city of Folsom is encouraging the community to become involved in Arbor Day. In 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. In 1907, President Roosevelt proclaimed this as a national time to plant trees, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world and will be celebrated in Folsom on Saturday, April 15th. Trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heat and cooling costs, moderate the temperatures citywide, catch rainwater, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, provide habitat for wildlife, and protect us from the harmful effects of the sun on our skin. Trees are a renewable source, giving us paper, wood for our homes and furniture, and sequestering air and soil-borne carbon. Trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of our business community, and beautify our community. Trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. We will be engaging in tree care and maintenance activities of young trees along the Folsom trails in celebration of Arbor Day. Therefore, I, Rosario Rodriguez, Mayor for the City of Folsom, do hereby proclaim April 15th as Arbor Day in the City of Folsom and urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day by celebrating efforts to protect our trees and woodlands, planting a tree on their own, or joining in our Arbor Day event. Further, I urge all citizens to enjoy the cool shade of trees and promote the well-being of this and future generations as Folsom becomes a Tree City, USA for the 17th year in a row, proclaimed on this 11th day of April.
I just want to say thank you so much, Mayor Rodriguez. My name is Amy Nunez. I am your city arborist, and I'd also like to thank the City Council for your continued support of our urban forest and recognition of the pivotal roles that trees play in our human community and environmental health. This Saturday, we will be celebrating Arbor Day along with Trails Day by partaking in some stewardship of trees along our Humbug Willow Creek Trail corridor. And I hope to see you all there. And for those of you who can't join us, I do hope you'll join us in spirit by planting trees or taking care of your own trees in celebration of Arbor Day. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the next item?
Your next item is scheduled presentation item number 3. This is the results of the historic architectural analysis for the Southern Pacific Railroad Depot Building and the Southern Pacific Railroad Superintendent House, and direction to staff.
I did send it.
Here, hang on, Lorraine, I'll get you.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Rodriguez, members of the council, Lorraine Pagoni, your Parks and Rec Director. Tonight, myself and our consultant from CSHQA will be making a quick presentation to give you the results of the historic analysis that was completed for both the depot building and also the superintendent's residence. As you may be aware, the depot building is located in our historic district and is currently occupied by the Chamber of Commerce and Tourism Bureau. The superintendent's house, which is just off of Bidwell Street, not really very visible, but it's right off of the parallel to Folsom Boulevard and just a little bit south of Natoma Street. A little bit about why we're here tonight. Back in the fall of 2021, the City Council directed the staff to prepare a historic architectural analysis for both buildings. In November of 2021, we prepared a request for proposal, and we received 7 proposals in December of 2021. We put together an internal team of planning, building, public works, fire, facilities, and Parks and Rec staff to review the proposals. We invited 3 back for interviews. Based on qualifications and costs, we selected CSHQA based on their experience and cost. The objectives of the reports were to evaluate the current conditions of the buildings, provide recommendations for any modifications that could or should be done to the buildings, including windows, sidings, roofing. And then we were also wanted to have at least a cost estimate of some sort so that we can get an idea, an order of magnitude of just what would it take to repair or restore these buildings. With that, I'm going to invite Danielle Weaver. She was the project manager with CHQA. She will describe a little bit about their process in evaluating the buildings, and then I'll wrap it up with the final next steps for the council.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Danielle Weaver with CSHQA, and in conjunction with Bueller Engineering, we performed the survey and analysis on the building. And that analysis involved historical research of documents that were provided to us from a variety of sources, as well as materials research on the historic materials of the building. And then we conducted a multi-day survey and condition analysis of each property, and we've actually since gone back a couple times to re-verify some of our findings. Then we created as-built drawings of those both buildings, which included floor plans and exterior elevations. And then from all of that research, we gathered everything together and were able to provide recommendations for restoration of the properties. And then with that information, we were able to do a construction cost estimate. And so just a little bit of background on the buildings. They are both part of the Southern Pacific Rail Line, and that rail line was developed in 1865 and then expanded in 1869 and 1883. The depot building, which is listed on the National Register of Historic Places in 1982, was first constructed in 1856, but then went through a number of kind of renovations, primarily because of fires. And actually, if you look high up in the rafters in the building, you will see that some evidence of those fires in there. And then finally, in 1914, the building was rebuilt and opened as a standard two-story combination depot plan number 22. And the first floor was a waiting room, baggage room, primary functions of a depot, but today it's been converted into an office building. And then the superintendent's house was built originally as a section house, building that was living quarters for the rail line. It's located near a section of the railroad, but still a little ways away from the depot building. And it was constructed in 1915. And then as it evolved and new residents moved in, it was expanded by enclosing the front porch. Then another small porch was added in the 50s. But from some of the historic research that we did, we found that there were other structures that were initially on the site, which all contributed to that section house. And so there was a bunkhouse and as well as tool buildings, an outhouse, of course, and then a rail car storage building, all of which have been demolished at this point, but you can see some of the foundations remaining on the building. And I did want to point out that we have been in contact with Jerry Bruneau, and he has recently found some additional information that we did not have initially. And so we did find that the National Register listing was actually incorrect. And so with that information, we have updated this presentation with these updated dates that are in there, primarily just kind of the changes that it went through from when it was initially constructed to when it actually became a depot. And so we will also be updating our report to reflect those changes. And then through our surveys, we primarily looked at the site, and this is at the depot, the site and the landscaping, the roof, the exterior freight doors, the exterior wood siding, the other doors, the windows, and then the structural infrastructure as well as the finishes. And then we did a analysis for accessibility. And primarily we found that, generally the building is in good condition, but there's a lot of deficiencies that we would recommend tackling as funds arise. And some of those are everywhere from just upgrading the finishes to dry rot that we found in some of the exterior surfaces of the building, as well as replacing the roof. And then this is some of the photos that we took while we were doing our survey. And of course, in our report, there's a whole array of additional photos, but you can see that in the inhabited places where there's the office space, it's nicely finished and painted. Other places in the building, you can see some of the cracking, some of the dry rot in the building, as well as some of the chipping paint and things like that, as well as there's some non-code compliant things such as railings, hand railings. And then the structural also did analysis of the building, finding that, of course, the building was built a long time ago, over 100 years ago, and it does not comply with current codes and current seismic codes for California, so we would recommend upgrading those. And then the superintendent house had many of the same deficiencies, although the construction of that was also, was of course a residential structure, so it didn't have that industrial kind of heavy-duty construction. And so we found deficiencies that you would normally find in a neglected house that had to do with water intrusion and rotting boards. And then many people have lived there over time, and they have done quite a few remodels on the house. And so you can see evidence in that that you'll see in some of these photos where the kitchen's been remodeled over time. Of course, not the historic 1920s kitchen, and other finishes like wood paneling and some stone and things like that have been added to the building to update it over time. And then structural also did an analysis of this, and we found that all of the wood of the building is resting on the dirt, which makes it deteriorate faster. So we would recommend raising the building, pouring new foundation, and then setting the building back on it. And then we did, based on all of our findings, we prioritized them. And what we found was that the first thing we need to do is make sure the buildings are watertight. And then we need to correct the structural deficiencies, look at life safety, energy efficiency, and then rehabilitating the windows, the doors, and then move into the interior finishes and ADA upgrades. And so we prioritize those, we assign costs to each of those priorities, and then what you see here is the final costs for construction that we estimated for rehabilitating both of these structures. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to the next step. So at this point, you will see in the upcoming budget, staff is recommending that $150,000 be set aside for both buildings to at least start the process. So that will be before you in your May budget proposal under our CIPs. But so there does not have to be any financial direction tonight, just to let you know that that will be upcoming in your budget discussions. But I did want to describe that what you could get for the $150,000 per building. So if we were to complete all the inspections, we're estimating anywhere between $50,000 to $80,000 for each building. And that's to really understand exactly what is going on with the roof, the dry rot, do hazardous materials inspections and whatnot. The next step would be to actually prepare construction documents so we could go actually do the work. Again, another estimate of maybe $70,000 to $80,000 for each. And that's, once we get those documents, then those costs that Danielle just shared would come into play. We would have to get, rebid it, but those are the estimates based on today's understanding of that work. Or, and this is where some discretion could come this evening, is proceed with some inspections and some of the work not to exceed whatever council's funding authorization might be when you entertain the budget in May. So that concludes our presentation. Happy to answer any questions you might have of me or our consultant.
Yes. Councilmember Kozlowski.
Thank you very much. What is our responsibility for taking care of not the depot building, the agent's building, or the superintendent's building? What's our responsibility for taking care of that? Because anybody with eyes sees that we're talking about in total rebuilding a building that's not very functional. Do we have some regulatory requirement to
We don't have
maintain or update it?
a regulatory requirement. If it's something that we're choosing to open up to the public, we do need to make sure it's ADA compliant. There are certain things we need to ensure, but it's really just kind of at our discretion what kind of steward we want to be of our historic resources.
Yeah, that's one. I am inclined to be super protective of the things that we have, but the superintendent's house is one that's probably a bridge too far in terms of the cost that the amount of money that we would have to pour into it to make it useful as an exhibit. So for whatever that's worth.
I'm just going to throw this out there. We have so many service organizations that have professionals within these organizations that maybe it's a project for Community Service Day where I belong to a Rotary Club where there are civil engineers and carpenters and so many other individuals that could reduce the cost of what it would to bring this building up to code. I don't know. It's just a thought.
It's something we can certainly consider. We'd still have to get all the usual building permits and, make sure we're hitting all the requirements. And sometimes that's hard to do for a single day, but it's something we can contemplate partnering with nonprofits, perhaps.
All right, any other?
Yeah, I just thank you, Lorraine, for taking this on. I think this was very interesting historical information and just nice to have a checklist of things that need to be done. I would like to have, this be part of our budget discussion because it would be nice to chip away at some of the things, starting with the roofs or the foundation or whatever the order is. But I think it also ought to be part of a larger discussion about, how we as a city honor and celebrate our railroad history. And to me, the superintendent's house is definitely a part of that and is something that should be restored. And perhaps that means taking on some kind of, fundraising campaign where we ask the community to help, to raise the money for that. We get the thermometer out there and, raise money for a roof to start with or whatever, so.
It's a great idea.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
I just only have one comment. Muir House is very close by to the superintendent headquarters. I know Folsom is big on keeping the history and attracting people to Folsom and generate the revenue, those kind of things. If we are thinking through that aspect also, let's seriously consider, what we are going to generate in addition to the Muir House and this one and the powerhouse, which is our first electric generator, at least showcasing who we are as a Folsom from 1980s. We have to think through all those. And I agree with my colleague's recommendation on Folsom is fond of so many volunteer organizations. Nonprofits always step up to support our requests. Thanks.
okay. Any other comments? Oh, wait, we do have two requests to speak.
Yeah, your first request to speak tonight is from Kurt Taras, who will be followed by Jim Harville.
Good evening,
Evening.
Kurt.
I'm Kurt Taras. I own Infrastructure Improvement Inc., a veteran-owned engineering firm in Folsom. My firm bid on this contract to assess the building. We submitted our bid. Our bid was $29,000. We have access to local resources. If you do contract for additional engineering or inspections, I encourage you to require local businesses and set a budget for that. I was at the railroad building earlier this week. It's not in good condition, as the report states. It's in fact in dangerously poor condition, structurally and from a fire risk. So it's an important centerpiece to our city. I love it, you love it. A lot of people go there with their families, take selfies. We have concerts there. Let's save it. Let's put the money in to restore that building and hire local. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
Okay, your next speaker will be Jim Harville.
Good evening, Jim.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jim Harville, President, Placerville and Sacramento Valley Railroad, also a member of the Folsom, El Dorado, and Sacramento Historical Railroad Association. Was actually out just mowing the grounds of the superintendent's house this afternoon, so I might be a little choked up because of the grass. Anytime you look at a project like this that has historical significance, you have to look at those numbers in relation to what grant monies might be available, as Mayor Rodriguez pointed out, what community partnerships you can make. As part of our lease of the Y property, the maintenance of those grounds does fall on our organization. The future of that building, I was actually, after reading the reports, and thank you, Councilmember Aquino, for sending those to me, that overall, the condition of that building is pretty sound. Now, is it worth you taking $600,000 out of your budget to bring it up to code and to restore it? Probably not. But that's only one way to skin that cat. Our organization probably, the value of the work that we put into the rail side of the program probably is close to several $100,000 a year. And there are other groups. We've actually had folks on Community Service Day work on the landscaping on the grounds out there. We've had groups from Intel come in, and while most of our volunteers are focused specifically on operating the railroad, right? We have jointly worked with other groups to essentially sustain that property. So I do encourage you to keep an open mind and to move forward looking for those different solutions. I don't think anyone in this room would expect you to write a check for $600,000. So, but that doesn't make things impossible, and it certainly doesn't make things unworthy. So thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
You have no further request to speak on this item.
All right. Will the clerk please call the next item?
Okay, your next item is scheduled presentation item number 4. This will be a presentation of the Folsom Tourism Bureau Annual Report.
Good evening.
Hi there. We are presenting the 21-22 fiscal year financial update for the Folsom Tourism and Economic Development Corporation. During that year, we received about $1.247 million against a budget of about $900,000, and expenditures were $788,000 versus a budget of $890,000. There was a surplus in that year that we are planning to use for future activities. And then for the 22-23 budget, we are projecting about a little over $1.3 million in revenue with expenditures of about $1,088,000.
Good evening, Mayor Rodriguez and council members, staff, and guests. Thank you all for coming for us. I should have introduced Debbie, our CFO of Choose Folsom, our 3 organizations, so we're happy to have her on board as a staff member now. I appeared in front of you in November, provided you with an update of the operations and for that fiscal year, and I will give you a little update of what's gone on since then. But we didn't have the audit totally complete yet, so this is completed audit information that is in your packet tonight.
One additional item to note is that we subscribe to the STAR report, which provides hotel revenue and occupancy information. And the numbers that we've been receiving have been tracking under those numbers. So we're glad to see that the city is contracting with a third party to be auditing the hotel revenue. And so we're looking forward to assisting in any way and seeing those results.
Okay.
Any questions on the financial update?
That information is going to be available on the city website after this meeting, right? Whatever you are sharing. Thank you. For everyone's benefit, we heard it.
Yes, yeah. Absolutely.
Thank you.
And then I will quickly give you an update on this fiscal year, what we've been up to, and some exciting things since I was last here in November. And Sally Buchanan, I handle tourism for Visit Folsom. So super excited about our new website. Launched last week. I would encourage you all to check it out. So right from our homepage, you can book a room at any one of our 8 Folsom hotel properties. And you can also, while you're doing that, you can book a room. And every time you go to the booking website, the hotels scramble, so you don't see Lake Natoma Inn first. They're every time. You can check out by features, whether they're close to a trail, close to the lake, and whatnot. We have our map there on the right with all of our points of interest. So you can book your room, real-time rates, and the hotels really like that. They own the booking reservation. We do not, but we know who's coming to Folsom and staying in our hotels. When you're checking out, it offers you, if you want to buy a Folsom wine pass. Or you can also not buy, it's free, but you can download our Folsom Wow shopping and dining pass. And we'll hopefully be adding other passports to that process. You can also do these 2 things, the wine pass and the Wow pass, independently of booking a room, but you always get offered that when you're checking out. So some great functionality. The other great thing about the online booking engine is we are now working with, I will call out Parks and Recs, some of our groups that are coming and having a big tournament at the Aquatic Center. We'll give them their own booking link that they can put on their website, and people can, you can do one hotel if they wanted to have a host hotel or all the hotels, and people can book their Folsom hotels right from their website, and we can track how those events are performing in the area. So we're just starting to get that process going too. So very excited about that. And also, we will be working with the historic district in the Palladio and hopefully the city. We can color code and give you your own booking leads. So it's on every website. It's always present. Stay in Folsom if you're, if you're going to come here, stay in Folsom. So excited about that. A little more about the wine pass. Hopefully, all of you have been to our Foothill Wine Festival. We partner with over 60 wineries in the Foothill region. And we have our event this November 11th at the Palladio. We've extended that to create a paid wine pass. This gives you an example of our Amador wine pass. We also have the Apple Hill Carson Road wine pass. We have Amador Calaveras. So we have 6 wine passes. You can do a one-day pass for as little as 14, or and 69 is the highest for a 60-day pass, which is more of a local pass. But excited about that opportunity and helping our wineries up in the foothills have told us they need more traffic, they need more visibility. So this helps us complete the partnership, and they all come and pour at our event and are part of our wine competition. These are some of the events that we provide grant support to each year. They all put heads in beds, so super excited with this lineup. The Linnea High School Theater Festival has over 1,300 high school students. It's a theater festival at the Harris Center. The American River 50-mile endurance run just happened on April 1st. It starts from Folsom Point and ends in Auburn, and many of those competitors are staying here locally in Folsom. So, and upcoming at the over Memorial Day weekend is the California Community College Athletic Association Baseball Championships. That's a mouthful. Last year we had over 450 room nights from that weekend championship. So super exciting, and also we work really closely with Folsom Lake College, who is the host for that. So I think last time I talked to you about this new great system we were getting called Zartico, which is provides us with a lot of data on our traveler. Very excited to say they call it ZDOS, Zartico Destination Operating System. It launched last week. Please don't ask me too many questions because I haven't been through all of the training, but I wanted to give you some highlights of what this tool can provide. So this is from July 1st through March 31st, our top 10 origin markets. The blue line, San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, actually that's our visitor percentage total. They're providing over 25% of our visitors, while the green line is the visitor spending. So you want the green line to be higher than the blue. So we would want to focus more on San Francisco than we would maybe Los Angeles, because their visitor spend is lower. It gives us the opportunity to target market, and you can press on the lines and you can drill into San Francisco, Oakland, and San Jose, and actually it breaks those out by even further. So you can see what cities, where they're coming from, and it's just very cool information.
Very cool.
This is visitation by category. We work really hard to give them all of our points of interest and whatnot. And I think you all heard that we did a branding strategic study, and we are the premier place for outdoor recreation. I'm really glad the data is showing that that's what people are doing when they come to Folsom. They're also shopping, they're also eating and staying, which are all good. Our average visitor spending for this fiscal year is $156, and as you can see, it breaks it out by category. If you pressed on the food, it further details grocery, restaurants, and so you can get even more granular. This is hotel performance. I might note that a visitor isn't just an overnight visitor, so there's more data as to overnight, short-term, long-term, which we will be excited to get into all of that data. Our hotel occupancy is a little bit down over the same time period last year, about by 7%, and we really slowed up in December and late November, and we're starting to analyze all of that. Our average daily rate was $143. As you could see, so the weekly occupancy for the entire year, we can use this to look where our dips are, compare year to year. Not exactly quite sure about the bottom right yet. So, and this is we're referring to the STAR report, which we get every week, which details out the occupancy per all for all of our hotels, and also compares us. We can see Rancho Cordova, Roseville, and see how we're comparing. We have flipped. We used to be more sold out midweek for corporate travel, but since COVID, it's, as you can see, we're performing really well on the weekends. But for the most part, we're over 70%, and I think, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, once you start to have occupancy consistently over 70% is when you need a new hotel, and guess what? We're building a hotel in the Palladio. So I think we're on track there. And today, we kicked off our destination asset study. We have contracted with Hunden Strategic Partners to do, who's a full-service real estate development firm that specializes in master feasibility studies to help communities transform their destination assets. There's a few listed here. The firm is nearly 30 years old. They have done literally hundreds of studies in different areas all over the United States, and it is extremely exciting to be moving forward on this study. We had our first stakeholder group today. We toured them around. They're from Chicago, and it's just really interesting and really rewarding as we tour. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. This is such a cool place to live and work and to travel. So with that, we've got a lot of great things going on. One thing I did not mention is please go to the website, check it out, email me, sallyb@choosefolsom.com, if you have any thoughts, ideas. But take a look at the event calendar, which is a work in progress, I have to say. But today, when I took a look at it, we finally can, you can finally click on it whether you want to see a community event or different types of events. And we've been really working to, we want to be a one-stop shop. We want to be able to list stuff that is going on at the Aquatic Center or Rotary events, but also all the visitor-friendly stuff. So getting that calendar together, and then my next stop is really working with all the local organizations and teaching them how they can upload their own events. But the beauty about this new tool that we have is you can automate it so it's not as cumbersome. So like working with Parks and Rec hopefully should be easier. So we'll see that functionality improve over the next few weeks.
That's so awesome, because from the study mission to St. Louis, that was one of the big deals for them. That was an economic driver, that people could go to one location, find out what events are going on, because people all the time are like, I don't know what to do. What's going on? Now they'll have somewhere to go and say, oh, we'll just go check out the women's volleyball tournament happening at, Folsom High School or whatever. So that's great.
Super excited. Any questions?
Yes. Councilmember Aquino.
Thank you, Sally and Debbie. Question for you. So the majority of your report in this presentation seems like kind of the focus right now for tourism is on recreation and bringing events to town. But in light of the presentation that we had right before you, I'm wondering, how often do you hear still about Johnny Cash and about Folsom's railroad history? Are those tourism drivers?
That's great question. And actually today in our strategic, our stakeholder group, the destination asset study is about all those things. Do we need a city-wide museum? Do we need a boathouse? Do we need we all know we need a conference facility, but all those things and events. So it's a little bit of everything, although the end goal on this part of the project would be to kind of prioritize, I would say 2 to 3. What are those ones that are going to drive the most?
Yeah, and in one of those slides where you had the different categories, and recreation was highest, but attractions was only 0.7%. So, that's a question that we have to ask.
And why?
If we're going to invest city dollars, to your point, to rehab the superintendent's house or the depot building or whatever, will we eventually see a return on our investment?
Yes, and that I think the Hunden study will be very helpful for that, because they also look at what's in the region. We know Roseville has the grounds. It had, basketball, volleyball tournaments, huge youth sports facility. Maybe we could recommend, but they're going to look at hard numbers and whether we could deliver that market, And are they going to suggest that? Likely not, because it's right here, and they can see the numbers. There's, they use data, a company called Placer AI, that they can look at any facility in the country. You can look at winery compared to winery, who's getting what traffic, what part of the market share they're getting, what are the age, what is their, so it's an events and history, and we toured all of our assets, Black Miners Bar, we went by the History Museum, they came through the depot, we went to the off-road vehicle, Prairie City, we went south of 50, we talked about 1,000 acres of open space, and really everything is going to be on the table, and we did talk a lot today about events and those kinds of things, and we will be having other stakeholder workshops that we will Zoom in for sure.
And with our new Zartico system, we'll be able to really dig a lot deeper into the data. We've just barely touched the surface
Just
and
barely,
provide
yeah.
you more information.
Super excited about that because we can look at specific events. You know, I think that we have a lot of people coming here for youth sports, but probably staying in Rancho Cordova. Price point's better. They have rooms with double beds. Not all of our hotel rooms have double beds, so maybe we need to make sure that, you know, stuff like that. So lots of
This
great
is awesome.
opportunities.
Yeah, great data.
Hopefully
Yeah.
we answered that.
Yeah, I want to say something before you leave, Sally. That was a really great stakeholder meeting. I'm really glad I attended and that you invited us. You know, just to reference what Sarah said, Johnny Cash Trail came up, but really combining the historic district with our beautiful lakes. So that's something that we talked about in the past too as a council, I think at the strategic meeting. But yeah, I really love what you're doing because you're really getting to where you're casting a vision for what we see in Folsom as a whole, which I think we're sort of lacking. So I just really appreciated that, and I can't wait for the results to come out. And they were very, it was a very professional and a good group. So
It's a
thank
very
you.
exciting time. I think
Yeah.
that there's some great things ahead of us. So thank you.
All right, very good. Well, thank you. All right, will the clerk please call the next item?
Yeah, that takes you to your consent calendar, and just with a reminder that item 10 has been amended.
And I've been asked, or we have public comments on item number 3.
I want to pull the item number 11, Mayor.
All right. Oh, 3 is not, oh, wait,
Yeah.
sorry.
Number 11?
Which item had public comments?
That was item 3.
Oh, item 3, okay, so disregard what I said.
I'll make a motion to approve items 5 through 10, and number 10 as amended.
All right,
I'll second on that.
all right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Council members Rohrbaugh,
Yes.
Aquino,
Yes.
Chalem-Chella,
Yes.
Kozlowski.
Yes.
And Rodriguez.
Yes.
And item number 11 is resolution number 11022. This is a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with DL Falk Construction for the construction of the Fire Station 34 Phase 2, project number 2234.
Thank you, Clerk. I just want to bring this to my colleagues' attention, and more importantly, I want to pass a big kudos to our fire department. Each and every one of you who are involved here, Chief Wilson. We budgeted $10.4 million. And however you guys did, reaching out to all the previous builders who built the fire stations in our region, you are able to get the 6 bidders to bid on this one and created that competition. And I'm sure you have gone through a lot of Q&As and answering the scope related. I just want to give a big kudos to you and your department for saving $2.5 million by outreaching to everyone. It's a very hard-earned money by the taxpayers and everyone, and this is what I have been focusing on. We need a bigger pool of vendors to compete for our projects and our procurements, our jobs. That way, at least we can see the comparison, which one is the more best value. That's one. Thank you again. My only question is, sometimes these vendors, they come up with the lowballing because they want to win. I want to make sure we have done the reference checks where they have built this kind of facilities and how the reference was. Are they coming back with the change orders later on? Hey, this is going to be extra $500,000. Please.
Yeah. Mayor Rodriguez, council members, Assistant Chief Chad Wilson with the Fire Department. First off, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate those accolades you extended to us. And of course, I have to extend that to Brian Reed, who was instrumental in helping us process this entire bid. So thank you, Brian. Yes, absolutely. Due diligence was exercised. All of these bids were examined. The recommendation in front of you for DL Falk is a confident recommendation from us. This company has built multiple fire stations and other civic projects, and we are confident in their ability to fulfill the contract. The other question you had was whether or not references have been contacted.
Fred checked some references. They're currently building Consumnes Fire Station.
77.
Yeah.
Oh, so they are building a consumers in El Grove?
They are.
Okay. Anything else?
They've built multiple stations. They're building Station 77 in Elk Grove. They built 2 fire stations in San Jose, Station 41 in Granada, Station 7 in Hayward, Station in Menlo Park and Novato. I've contacted Consumnes Fire Department to ask how their experience is with the company, and they're satisfied with their performance at this point, and we're confident in recommending them that we move forward with them.
Awesome. Thank you so much, on that due diligence. And go ahead. Brian, you have something to share?
No, I was just here to help Chad.
I need the help.
Thank you, Chief Wilson here. My only one more thing here. I know we are putting this is a more process question for maybe city attorney and the city manager. We are putting a 7.5% contingency on this one, which comes to a decent amount, almost $650K. And if the vendor is going to submit any amendments or enhancements, the construction management team and chief, only we are stopping the approval at that level. But it is $650K. I just want to hear, is there a way we can get that updates?
Thank you, Councilmember Chalmers-Chawla, Madam Mayor, Member of the City Council. It is entirely up to you. Sometimes the contingency is requested at 10%.
Yeah.
It's a 7.25%, and it's reasonable for the scope of the construction work. And it goes both ways. The change order can increase, or the change order can actually decrease, depending on the need of the project. So, Chief Wilson?
Yeah, absolutely. As stated, 7.25 is the requested contingency. We feel it's a responsible contingency to add to the project. For reference, our Station 39, the last station we built, we only used 2.62% of the contingency we set aside. So we're absolutely very responsible with that. Change orders are criticized and critiqued and examined as closely as we possibly can.
Thank you. That helps me in a big way. Thank you so much. I have no further questions. I'm going to make a motion unless my colleagues has any.
I have a question, but not for you.
And I just wanted to clarify for the record that the difference between our estimate of probable cost and the lowest bidder was actually 1.5 million, not 2.5 million.
Okay. Is that a question?
I do. Now I have another one. So explain what you just said, because the budget amount was almost over 11 million.
So we have an estimate of probable costs for 10.4 million. I think Councilmember Chalmers-Chawla was trying to compare the two, and I just wanted to state that the difference is 1.5 million.
Just a minute. Oh, sorry, this wasn't my question. Well, it's kind of in line with my question, but the budget included the Fire Station 34 project with a total project budget of $11.8 million and change. So is that not what was budgeted?
I'm just talking about the difference between what we expected it to cost and what the number came in as. I just wanted to make that clarification.
So the project budget on here says $11.8 million. The expected costs were 10.9, and then the project bid for 8.8.
I can help to clarify. There's also pre-construction costs that are included in the total project budget, so design costs, any kind of site preparation. So that's all included in the total project budget, and this is just for
So that's
this
already
contract
spent,
here.
kind of
Correct.
an idea. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's $1 million. So my question was, is that that's already collected from the impact fees?
Correct.
And so are we going to put a plan in place for I'm assuming those impact fees go to public safety as a whole, or just any capital infrastructure in?
In the plan area, the impact fees are combined for all of the facilities that are planned down there. And so they will just get used on another project for trails or for a park or for the second facility, anything
And
that was
do we get an
planned.
opportunity to prioritize as we go along?
It is part of the public financing plan. There was a prioritization when that was initiated, and we are going to have a study session that's been asked, so that will be part of it, is continuing with the prioritization.
Thank you.
Good. I will make a motion unless my colleagues don't have any other questions.
Right, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Council members Rohrbaugh,
Yes.
Aquino,
Yes.
Chalem-Chierla,
Yes.
Kozlowski,
Yes.
and Rodriguez.
Yes. All right, will the clerk please call the next item?
Your next item is new business, item number 12. This is resolution number 11012, a resolution to duly name the existing green room within the historic depot building, the Peter T. Lewis Green Room, and recognition of donation of funds for interior improvements by the Lewis family.
Thank you, Krista. Good evening again, Mayor Rodriguez, council members, Lorraine Pagani, Parks and Rec Director. Early in February, I received an email from Judy Collinsworth of the Folsom Historic District Association, who had received a letter of request from Tom Lewis, who you may be familiar with him, but he's very much an integrated part of many of the activities and stage setups for not only FHDA, the Chamber, and other events. He had requested in a letter to her to possibly rename what's called the Green Room, or the room that's just behind this little amphitheater stage that's accessible by performers and whatnot, to rename it after his son, who has recently been deceased. And so Judy, knowing that the city does manage and own that stage, she referred it to me and asked how we could proceed with that process. So I took a look at it and started to do a little research and found out that the room is actually named the Bud Davies Ambassador Room. Both on the outside there's a sign, and there's also a sign and a picture on the inside of that room. I consulted with our city manager and asked how she'd like to proceed, and we wanted to arrive at a win-win if we could and keep the original one. We did do a little research, and from Judy's work, she found out that the room was named sometime maybe back in the 90s, and it wasn't formally named that. I reached out to our city clerk to see if anything was documented for the original name, but there wasn't anything that we could find that was completely documented, but we didn't want to unravel any sort of historical footnote or anything that was of worth or value of an important person also in our community. So we wanted to find a way that we could dually name them and have both of the names part of the room. We reached out to Judy, who reached out to the Lewis family, who I believe is here as well. They would like to provide a $25,000 resource to the FHDA, who is a subleasee to the chamber, to do some tenant improvements to the building. And as a side note, they did reach out to our historic analysis consultant that you heard from tonight, just to make sure that any of the improvements that they have lined out for that would not interfere with any of the historic architectural findings and recommendations they had. So we're in good order there. So to that end, we are suggesting tonight to dually name the existing green room within the Historic District Depot building, the Peter T. Lewis Green Room, and recognition of the donation of funds for the interior improvements by the Lewis family. So that concludes my presentation. If you had any questions for me, I'm available, and I believe, like I said, I think the Lewis family is here, and perhaps even Judy Collinsworth or Jerry Bruneau from the FHDA.
Thank you, Lorraine. Any questions? No?
Is there anybody?
Any public comments?
No? All right. Then I'll move adoption of resolution number 11012, and also ask, I'm not sure what the process is or our normal procedure, but perhaps the mayor or city manager could send a letter of thanks to the Lewis family for their very generous donation.
Absolutely, that's a great idea.
Second.
Right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Rohrbaugh,
Yes.
Aquino,
Yes.
Chalem-Chierla,
Yes.
Kozlowski,
Yes.
and Rodriguez.
Yes. Right, will the clerk please call the next item?
That takes us to public hearing item number 13. This is an appeal by Bob Delp of decisions by the Historic District Commission approving a CUP and design review for the Uncle Charlie's Firehouse and Brew project located at 905 Liedesdorf Street, and determination that the project is exempt from CEQA.
Thank you. We will now open the hearing. Just to give a little summary of what this hearing will be, we will have city staff make a presentation to the city council, and then the applicant may make a presentation to the city council with a limit of 10 minutes. Then we will have the project applicant make a presentation to the city council with a limit of 10 minutes. We will then open up the floor for members of the public to address the council with a limit of 3 minutes. We will then turn it over to the applicant to make closing remarks with a limit of 5 minutes. Then the project applicant may make closing remarks with a limit of 5 minutes. Then we will turn it back to city staff to ask any questions. At that point, we will then close the appeal hearing, and the city council will deliberate and make a decision of the appeal. Good evening.
Good evening. Mayor Rodriguez, Councilmember Steve Banks with the Community Development Department. Good to see you this evening. The next item before you is an appeal of a Historic District Commission decision on March 1st to approve a use permit and design review for Uncle Charlie's Firehouse and Brew, craft brewery located at 905 Liedesdorf Street. As the mayor referenced, this is the protocol and the procedure we're going to follow this evening for the hearing. This is the same protocol we've followed for all of the appeals we've heard before the council. Some brief details regarding the project. Again, we're looking at a craft brewery is being proposed within an existing 3,300 square foot building adjacent to the parking structure in the historic district. They'll have 10 barrels for brewing. They will serve craft brews as well as off-site food within the establishment. The proposed hours of operation are 12 p.m. To 10 p.m. The applicant is also proposing very minor modifications to the existing building, including replacing the existing fabric awnings with new fabric awnings, and also replacing an existing doorway and window with 2 new glass bifold doors on the south building elevation. This is the site plan, and you can see the parking structure, and just to the east of the parking structure is the location of the retail tenant space proposed for the craft brewery. This is the floor plan that was submitted by the applicant and reviewed and approved by the Historic District Commission. As you can see, most of the seats are within the interior of the tenant space. There's a small patio area to the east of the building. These are the elevations submitted by the applicant and approved by the Historic District Commission. Again, this is the south building elevation, and the door and the windows I was referencing that are going to be replaced are located on the right side of this exhibit in this location. Again, glass bifold doors replacing the existing door in the existing windows. And lastly, this is a photograph of the existing building. Again, on the end here is the proposed location for Uncle Charlie's. As I referenced, the Historic District Commission reviewed this project at their March 1st meeting. There were 12 residents who spoke at the meeting in support of the project. There were also a lot of residents in the chambers at that time supporting the project who chose not to speak. There were 2 residents who spoke and expressed concerns about specific aspects of the project. Jerry Bruneau spoke and expressed some concern about potential odor impacts with the Granite House building, which is going to be constructed fairly close to this building. And Mr. Bruneau suggested some enhanced language to ensure that odor does not impact the residents of that building or other residential buildings in the area. The applicant was agreeable to that condition of approval being added to the project, and that is included in your packet this evening. Another representative of the Heritage Preservation League expressed concern about the design changes for the building and had concern about the use of glass bifold doors replacing the existing glass doors. There are also numerous comment letters provided to the Historic District Commission, and those are also included in your packet this evening. The Commission engaged in a healthy debate and discussion regarding the proposed project. They focused on 4 specific areas, primarily potential odor impacts associated with the project. The applicant provided some more detailed information verbally at that meeting about the brewing process and the types of odors you might expect from this business. Also discussed was a letter that the city received from the Air Quality District, and that letter has been provided to you this evening. We provided that letter to the applicant early on in the process, and they incorporated a number of measures in the proposal to address the comments from the Air Quality Management District. I'd like to make clear that the Air Quality District did not have significant concerns regarding this business. They just hoped to have the applicant incorporate best practices to ensure that the odor impacts will be minimized as much as possible. There was discussion regarding the exterior vents for the brewery. The commission ended up wanting to provide more flexibility to the applicant as to where the vents would be located, given the elevation changes between different buildings in this area. They thought it might be challenging for the vent not to be seen from other buildings at a higher elevation. So they modified one of the conditions to allow the vents to exceed our typical height above the parapet of the parking structure. The commission also wanted to provide the applicant with more flexibility with regard to days of operation. In their proposal, the applicant proposed to operate 5 days per week. The commission wanted to give them more flexibility and suggest that the business be open 7 days per week. So they made that change to a condition of approval. And they also wanted to provide the applicant with more flexibility in terms of the number of days they could brew during the week. And the applicant, again, was proposing to brew 5 days a week, and the commission wanted them to be able to brew 7 days per week. I've listed the conditions of approval that were modified by the commission at their meeting, and if you have specific questions about those conditions, I can reference those. The commission expressed their unanimous support for the project and voted to approve the project. The city received an appeal from Bob Delp on the Historic District Commission approvals. It was a timely appeal. Mr. Delp provided a fairly lengthy appeal letter, which you have in your packets this evening. And I've tried to summarize as best I could the areas of concern of Mr. Delp. A large number of the comments in Mr. Delp's appeal letter focus on issues that are not related to the project or not related to the approval by the Historic District Commission. So in your staff report, you probably read there's a similar response to those types of comments that is not relative to project, it's not relative to the approval. Mr. Delp indicated the project description for the project was not adequate or not sufficient, that various impacts were not analyzed sufficiently within the Historic District Commission staff report, concerns about the CEQA exemption that was used for this project, concern about parking demand and availability in the area, concern about odor and potential odor impacts, and lastly, Mr. Delp was concerned about traffic impacts generated by this project and the increase in traffic-related noises. So I'll go through this as quickly as I can, one by one. As I referenced, many of the comments in the appeal letter are not relative to the decision this evening. They're not related to the project, and they're not related to the Historic District Commission decision. The applicant provided a full project description, including site plans, building elevation, a project narrative, details regarding the operation of the business. Staff has deemed that plenty of information was provided, and the project description was sufficient and is sufficient.
Steve, can I get clarification? You just said that and I read this also, some of the items that were discussed, go back to one screen. So various concerns were not related to the Uncle Charlie's Firehouse, Brewhouse, and Brew. Were these concerns brought up at the commission level?
These were not brought up at the commission meeting.
Okay.
These were brought up in the appeal letter that was provided to city staff.
Okay, thank you.
And as an example, there was a comment about the entitlements and approval for the Barley Barn project, which was appealed to the city council. Again, that has no relevance to this project, and that's why we have this response.
Thank you.
Mr. Delp contends that a number of areas were not sufficiently analyzed in the Historic District Commission staff report. Staff would disagree, and I've listed all the areas that were discussed in full detail within the Historic District Commission staff report. Staff believes that all of these areas were fully analyzed and that the commission took these into consideration in making their decision. If you have detailed questions about any of these areas, I'm happy to talk about them. Mr. Delp contends the project does not qualify for a CEQA exemption and that an initial study should be prepared for this project. Staff vehemently disagrees with that comment. In fact, there are two CEQA exemptions that fit this project perfectly. One is an exemption for existing facilities. This is an existing building. Two, for new construction or conversion of smaller structures. They are making minor changes to the exterior of the building, but the project does also qualify for this exemption. There are exceptions to these two exemptions, and the exceptions essentially involve the project would have to have a significant environmental impact in any one of these 6 areas. And staff has looked at each of these 6 areas and discussed this in the staff report, and we do not believe any of these exceptions apply to this project. Parking demand and availability. This project was not required to provide any parking based on new state law that was passed and went into effect in January. AB 2097, this project is located within a half mile of a major transportation stop. Therefore, this project is not required to provide any parking. That being said, this facility is adjacent to a parking lot that has over 300 parking spaces. So there's obviously a large amount of parking in the project area, and a parking demand analysis is not required. In terms of odor impacts, I referenced the city engaged with the Air Quality District early on in this process. They made a number of recommendations, which we forwarded on to the project applicant, and the applicant incorporated all of those recommendations in their project. Those measures are also included as conditions of approval for this project. Now, I wanted to note there was no evidence that this project would cause an impact in terms of odor to any surrounding areas. These measures are simply implemented to ensure that the odor impacts don't impact nearby properties.
Steve, quick one. On this, whatever the air quality district gave us the letter
Yes.
that was submitted to the historic district's committee?
That letter itself was not provided to the Historic District Commission, but the letter was discussed in the context of the staff report, and their recommendations were incorporated as conditions of approval on the project. It's not our practice typically to provide letters from other public agencies as part of the packet. Going forward, we could if we feel it's necessary.
Oh, my point is, you discussed that one, that's all it is,
Yes,
the information.
yes, the odor issue and the air quality letter was discussed at length at the commission meeting.
Got it, thank you.
In terms of traffic impacts, a traffic study is not required for a tenant improvement. In fact, a traffic study was prepared for that overall development when the railroad block was approved back in 2007. This project will not generate vehicle trips necessary to necessitate a traffic study. There were no changes to vehicle circulation, pedestrian circulation, or bicycle circulation. Mr. Delp was also concerned about noise impacts generated by new traffic from this project. The police department is responsible for enforcing noise impacts of vehicles in the historic district as well as outside of the historic district.
My only one question on that one is, I know usually the parking lot is super full on Saturday afternoons for the farmers market. And that's the only thing I can think of quickly on the number of spots availability for this business to the parking structure. I don't know whether we take that into any consideration.
Because the project is not required to
Okay.
provide any parking, it's not pertinent to this discussion.
Okay, thanks.
The applicant provided a response letter, and I'm not going to steal her thunder, and she can talk about her points, but they were confused because in parts of the appeal letter, the appellant, Mr. Delp, was criticizing the project and some of its impacts, and on the other hand, he talked about how he would like to sit down and have beer at this location at some point in time. So there's some contradictory statements. The applicant disagrees about the project description, that they provided full information about the details and operation of the project. And I'm not going to reiterate, but the applicant can talk about their objection to the appeal letter. The applicant also reached out to Remy Moose Manley, which is a preeminent firm in the area that deals in CEQA law. Remy Moose Manley looked at the appeal letter, and they are fully confident that this project qualifies for not only 2 CEQA exemptions, but a third CEQA exemption, being the infill exemption. And so I wanted to point that out. That letter was included in your packets this evening as well. Mr. Delp provided some additional comment letters this afternoon, which we forwarded on to you, and he reiterates some of the original comments that he made in his original appeal letter. Many of these comments aren't pertinent to the appeal. He talked more about CEQA. He did talk about cultural resource impacts, and I did want to touch on that. He had somebody provide a letter in the packet, and it talks about the project's impact to the railroad turntable, and that the changing of the awnings and the replacement of the doors would somehow impact that cultural resource, and staff just disagrees flat out with that comment. These are existing fabric awnings. They're replacing these awnings with fabric awnings of a different color. The awnings are worn out and weathered, And the doors that are being replaced are glass doors, aluminum frames, very similar to the doors that are already there today. So we don't think there's been any difference to the cultural resource that's out there today. In addition, the cultural resource analysis was prepared for the railroad block when it was originally approved in 2007. I'm also just noting that we included the letter from the Air Quality District if you want to take a look at that and have questions about that specifically. And with that, I appreciate your time, and staff does recommend that you deny the appeal. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have this evening, as always.
All right. Any
I'll ask
questions?
you a quick question. I saw in there that the proposed times were Wednesday through Sunday, 12 to 10. Are they tied to that forever? Let's say 5 years down the road, they want to open till midnight on Friday or Saturday.
So they are, I should mention the Historic District Commission changed the days of operation. The applicant originally proposed to be open 5 days per week. The commission gave them more flexibility, changed the condition of approval, so they will have the opportunity to be open 7 days a week. In terms of the hours of operation from 12 p.m. to 10 p.m., they are locked in to those hours of operation. If they want to change those hours, they would have to come back to the Historic District Commission and request approval to modify the use permit.
Okay, even after they're in business, they would.
Even after they're in
So there is
business.
a process if they wanted to in the future.
There's a process for them to achieve that, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So next up, we have the applicant making a presentation to the City Council. Good evening, Bob.
No, I'm just going to.
And we will start your 10 minutes now.
Thank you. I don't think I'll take that long. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm Bob Delp. Unfortunately, I think a lot of people, I'm the reason that we're all here tonight. I appreciate you having this appeal hearing. I am not going to go into the issues that I raised in my 2 letters that I submitted. I'm glad to answer any questions that you might have. I do want to say that I found out about this project, the details about the project, a few days before the March 1st Historic District Commission hearing. The project apparently started moving forward in November of 2021, so almost a year and a half before that. Apparently, staff working with the applicant decided that they wanted to wait things out to see how the Barley Barn litigation played out so that staff could come forward with the Uncle Charlie's project with a CEQA exemption without doing some basic analysis to bring forward with what could have been, I think, a very simple CEQA document. That process could have played out by now and been done instead of just waiting for the Barley Barn project and that litigation to run its course. In my appeal letter, I said, I'm a CEQA consultant. I said, I'll volunteer my time to help do this Uncle Charlie's project right. We could do it quickly. We could knock out an actual CEQA document instead of denying that the project might have impacts, and we could take care of it. And we could have documentation. You wouldn't have to deny mitigation. You could embrace mitigation. I think there are reasonable measures in place that could take care of odor impacts, but they haven't really been analyzed like you would if you were actually preparing a CEQA document, and you'd have performance standards for those measures so we could all be confident that we wouldn't have nuisance associated with the project, and if we did, there would be ways to address it. I was not at the March 1st hearing for the Historic District Commission, but I listened to that presentation, and I heard the applicant, and I don't know who she is here tonight. I think I will shortly. She's super enthusiastic. She obviously will be a wonderful business owner. The dilemma that she sees, or the contradiction that she sees in my letter, is because she has not seen me. The things that I've seen is I've paid attention to the city process and have seen the city bend over backwards to try to avoid meaningful analysis of the potential effects of projects. The Barley Barn project is an example of that. Refusing to do any kind of parking demand analysis, whatever those impacts might be, let's at least look at them and see if we can fix them. That hasn't been the case. So I'm here tonight as a beer drinker, but who wants this project done right. And it wouldn't take long, and it could be very expensive and time consuming to not do it the right way. So that's what I offer, and I would be glad to answer any questions, or otherwise I'll reserve the balance of my time for rebuttal.
I have a question. So you mentioned the parking demands, and you know the new law that went into effect on 1/1, where parking isn't required on projects that are within a half mile from transit. So what are your thoughts on the fact that it is no longer needed? Projects in the historic district no longer require to provide parking because of this new law.
So my take on that is, and I'm well aware of that law, and I'm sure I referenced it in my letter, that we need to understand what that means for the historic district when we're approving new businesses. Now that we're not imposing parking, and I recognize parking is not an environmental impact either. It can have secondary effects that need to be considered, but we need to know. The city's acknowledged for years that the standard that it has in the Folsom Municipal Code, I think it's 350, one parking spot for 350 square feet in the historic district. The city's acknowledged for years that's not an adequate parking ratio. And now we're in a situation where the city's been kicking that can down the road, and yet now the state has come in and said, hey, when you're near a light rail station, you can't impose minimum parking standards. And I said in my letter, I think one of the things with this project is this is city-owned property. You're going to do a lease with this tenant. I'm not suggesting you should twist their arm, but I am suggesting that you're not subject to state laws that limit what you can do to what you can impose on development projects here. You are going to negotiate and execute a freely negotiated lease. And I'm not suggesting that you need to impose any kind of parking requirement. What I'm saying is, look at what the parking demand would be and understand what that's going to mean over time as other businesses are approved. And we increase the parking demand more and more, and we're not building infrastructure, we're not doing anything to manage it. And you won't be able to impose it on other projects, like you said. So what are we going to do about it? And I don't think sticking our heads in the sand is the right approach.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think we're in a position where, having come from the Historic District Commission, where parking was, oftentimes restricted projects, and there were several over the years that I was on it, where it was a barrier to get a project completed. Whereas now, it's not. It's no longer something that that is a consideration when it comes to projects that get approved. So in this case here, and I'm just going to speak on the hypothetical. We go down this path and do the analysis in the parking. Then what? There still isn't the ability where we can say.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
Then we understand what that means. We understand that when this project goes forward and the 603 Sutter Street project comes forward, which, as I understand now, they scrambled for years, I think, trying to figure out how are we going to meet our parking requirement. And now what I think Mr. Banks said at the March 1st Historic District Commission meeting is they're going to come back with a project and propose no parking.
Yeah.
And there are things we can do for pedestrian safety and comfort and reducing that burden on neighborhoods. But the thing that I think we can't do is ignore that that's happening and ignore even looking at what that parking demand of those projects will be.
And just I know you mentioned the Historic District garage. Well, I'm very well aware of some of the impacts of parking and in the Historic District and the garage. And quite frankly, I wish that garage was full more often than not, because people think, we have a parking problem. No, we don't. That parking is empty too often for prolonged periods of time. And so, it's just, a very good understanding that parking isn't, it's not like the garage is full, which is, I guess,
with all due respect, I heard Councilmember Chalam-Cherla mention that there are times when it is full. And
Saturday mornings, Thursday nights, concerts. Yeah. During the summer. Thank you, Bob. Those are my questions.
I have a question. Mr. Delp, it's a high compliment from anybody to be able to hold two contradictory ideas in your mind at the same time. And I applaud you for desiring to drink good beer and also understand that there may be flaws in our process. So I thank you for that and the care you've taken with sort of trying to dissect this. But I am left with the fundamental thing that it seems that on this and some other instances, we have a disconnect on, where the plain exceptions that are provided in California law that say you do not need to do the analysis that you're talking about as part of a CEQA process, that you disagree with those rather than disagreeing necessarily with the project. Is that effectively what's happening here? Because the exceptions are plain and they're entitled to them, which means all of the challenge that you have raised is moot. So where do we go from there?
Well, so let me address a couple specifics there. The Folsom Depot was twice on your presentation tonight, on your agenda already tonight. The exemptions can't be used if a project would have an impact on a historic resource, a significant impact on a historic resource. Nowhere in the record, until I hired a consultant to look at the Folsom Depot, nothing in the record for Uncle Charlie's indicated that the parking garage is located on the same legal parcel that the Folsom Depot is, and that the round table right next to where Uncle Charlie's would be located is part of the Folsom Depot National Historic Register registration list of historic places. And no one looked at that. No one even acknowledged it. It's not clear to me, but I see some HDC members here.
So adjacency doesn't mean impact. And sharing a parcel doesn't mean necessarily an impact. So again, we're to this point where there's a plain exception and you're stretching so far to try and find one of the exemptions that just is, you're chasing a ghost.
So adjacency, one, certainly can mean impacts.
It doesn't necessarily, is what I'm saying.
That's correct, and that's why I think evaluation's warranted. Let me give you an analogy on one of the exemptions. This building, the portion of the building that this project would be located in is about at 3,000 square feet, 4,000 square feet. The parking structure itself is 100,000 square feet, give or take. The exemption applies to small structures, defined specifically as 10,000 square feet or less. This is akin to,
it doesn't say that. It says modifications less than 10,000 square feet or
no, it does not say that. It is specific to structures.
Okay. All right. I don't want to debate it with you. I have to tell you, it feels like you're grasping at straws. And the fundamental argument that you're making is that the exemptions don't apply when they plainly do.
I think that they plainly do not, and I went to great lengths to try to explain that very clearly.
Any other questions for Bob?
No.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
So next we have the project applicant. Good evening, Taryn. We will start your 10 minutes now.
Let me get there. Bob, what kind of beer do you like? For future reference. I like it. That's okay.
Should we start it now?
I'll talk, Steve. You do your thing. Good evening, council members. My name is Taryn Groves, and I have the privilege of calling myself co-founder of Uncle Charlie's Firehouse and Brew, lovingly referred to as UCFB. I wanted to first acknowledge that through this process, I have seen parts of the city governance that I respect and admire more than ever before. The jobs of the behind-the-scenes staff, including, but not limited to, community development, parks and rec, and the people that I work with closer than people at my own job in the planning department. I just hope that the council knows their jobs are not easy. And you on council having to step into a process that has been working overtime to make calculated considerations and decisions, not based on the emotional, but based on fact-finding and information-seeking, while having to account for the betterment of the entirety of Folsom and not just the individual. Honestly, I don't envy any of you up there tonight. I don't know if I could be that objective if I was in your shoes. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank every single person who showed up here tonight. And for those who couldn't be here, I know they are praying. Red looks damn good on all y'all. When countlessly poring over the reasons of this appeal, 10 pages of notes, 35 additional pages of supporting documents, what was most blaring with Mr. Delp's appeal letter is that his grievance isn't so much with our brewery. His grievance has mostly to do with the process, which he also clarified, in which we were selected, and a fervent exploration on why this project would be exempt from CEQA. I will not be addressing CEQA tonight, as we paid our lawyers, Sabrina Teller and Elizabeth Pollack, the land use and environmental law experts with Remy Moose Manley, the same legal team who helped with the lawsuit of the Barley Barn just blocks away from our proposed brewery space, plenty of our what would be beer money to address Mr. Delp's concerns, with which they reviewed and responded with a letter sent to all of you last week. That's also available for the public to read tonight. What I will address is the brewing process to bring more clarification to everyone on what the concerns may be and how we will address them. As you can see here, this is a graphic of your basic brewing process. For simplification terms, please think of brewing like making a big batch of tea. You have your respective grains, depending on the type of the beer that you are wanting. We mash in, meaning we add the milled grains to the hot water where they are steeped, and then we move the extracted liquid of those steeped grains to the boil kettle and boil for approximately 90 minutes to extrapolate all of the flavors and sugars. This is the point in the brewing process that yields the most aromas that have been put into question. Mind you, these aromas are simply the steam of sugar water. Fun fact, before beer is fermented, it is called wort. When the wort has cooled, we transfer that to our tanks. We then add the yeast, which is what eats the sugars, and the byproduct of that is fermentation. According to the style of the beer we make, it can take weeks to months for full fermentation of the beer before we're able to serve it. Since the aromas of the brewing process seem to yield a lot of conversation at the March 1st Historic District Commission meeting, where we were approved to move forward with conditional use permit, Mr. Bernot, developer of several projects in close physical proximity to the parking garage, including Scott's Seafood, had requested that we add a water spray condenser to the boil kettle to help mitigate aroma permeation, inevitably keeping most of the smell inside the brewery, which we obliged. This water spray condenser would take the steam and help redirect it into our floor plumbing. When I spoke with the manufacturer of our brew system, Jeff Lewis, the owner of Brew Built located in Grass Valley, he indicated that we could purchase the additional unit requested by Mr. Bernot for approximately $5,000. I would just like to note that since Brew Built has been in business since 2012, having made hundreds of brew systems for breweries all over the country, this is the first time they have had a request for the water spray condenser, as this typically has never been brought up as a point of contention for any other build. I also had a long call with Rafe Porter, the Transportation and Climate Change Program Manager at Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District, who also gave their sign-off on the air quality impacts of our project in July of last year. I would also like to point out that Mr. Porter himself actually owns a brewery. It's Bike Dog, located in West Sac, with a second tap house located in downtown Sac. Mr. Porter, who spends his life looking at the implications of air quality, is a brewery owner himself. He told me they brew 7 days a week and yield over 3,000 barrels per year, well above our anticipated production level. Mr. Porter also indicated to me that he believes because of the geographic location of our proposed brew space within the parking garage area and being located right off the light rail and adjacent to bike trails where there's already lots of foot traffic, that location could not be more optimal for a brewery, and he is bummed he didn't find it first. I will now ask for some updates from the council for the HDC conditions from the March 1st meeting. In addition to you voting tonight on the appeal, and in the hopes that you deny this appeal, I would like to ask for modifications to the conditional use permit put forth during the March 1st meeting. We would like to ask on condition number 25 that reads, brewing activity shall be limited to the daytime hours of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., be amended to read, brewing activity shall be limited to the daytime hours of 5 a.m. to 6 p.m. With this amendment, this will allow for our earlier brew days to help minimize aroma or odor impacts during peak business hours. I would also like to ask for a modification on condition number 24, that reads, "No dancing permitted anywhere on premise, including the outdoor patio area." I would like to remind everybody this is not Footloose. A Pilsner goes damn good with the side of a two-step, so please consider letting us dance in our space. At this time, I would like to invite up Eric Schmid, owner of another brewery adjacent to the Historic District, to take the rest of the time to talk to you about the odor implications. Eric.
All right, Eric, I just want to remind you,
Yeah, I can make it fast. I just thought, when I heard what was going on, especially to do with the smell, I thought that it was a pretty relevant thing for me to come down here and maybe speak about this, since I own the other brewery in town, and the first one that's been here since the 1800s. So Red Bus Brewing Company is located just off the Historic District in an industrial area, but it's completely surrounded by homes. I mean, it's a very small, it was the original industrial area for Folsom in the 50s. We have over 25 homes within 750 yards of where I make beer. I've never had a single complaint about odor. And just to put this in kind of perspective with other operations going on in Folsom, we brew 6 days a month at Red Bus. We make about 500 barrels beer a year. It's not a ton. I think Taryn's proposal was about 1,500. It would take her a few years to get there, I think. But you know, she's being honest. Maybe, you know, and honest to even probably what they'd be overproducing. But 6 brews a month. Beers boil for about 60 minutes. She's got 90 minutes, I think, which is generous up there. For the majority of that 60 minutes, it's just a sweet honey, like a bread smell. And it's only when you add hops that there's any really kind of odor that's objectionable to anybody. And it's just right when you add them for about 30 seconds, maybe 3 minutes. So if you put that in context, that's 6 hours a month of potential brew time where actually an odor is emitted at all from the brew house, at least my brew house. So you'd say double that for hers would be 12 total hours a month in the morning or in the early afternoon. I also was vice president of the Sacramento Brewers Guild in 2019 and 20, just pre-COVID, representing about 80 breweries in the Sacramento area. I had never, ever heard of a single complaint from a resident located near one of these breweries about odor. The only time I've seen a reference was when I was here trying to open my brewery way back in the day, and some people had brought up some articles from the Denver Post about people that lived in a high-rise that had a brewery right underneath them, and the odor went straight up into their apartment. I don't think that's the case here. And then the other thing I'd like to say is we have 2 other operations that are very similar to beer making in Folsom, and that is Kikkoman and Geki and Saki. Both of them are gargantuan in size in comparison to what they're proposing to do and what I do just down the street. I mean, hundreds of times bigger. In both cases, they are doing a very similar process with rice, and when the prevailing wind is blowing, you can smell it.
30 seconds, Eric.
I'm sorry. And it's a sweet smell. It's very similar to the brewing smell. And I just think when you compare the size of those operations to ours, ours is just very minor in comparison. So anyway, thank you for the time. And I wish you guys the best of luck. And I was happy to be here tonight.
Thank you. All right, we will now be moving over to the members of the public.
Can I ask a question before?
Yes.
Eric, I hate to make you come back. Look at this, I get to see you twice in the same week. Any experience with this steam condenser gadget here? Have you encountered that
I'd never heard of
before?
such a thing.
Okay. That seem practical or necessary?
Anything that's emitted out of the brew house is steam oriented. It's not smoke. So it's something boiling and it's coming off with the steam, and it immediately dissipates in the air. You know, I don't even know exactly how this would work. I mean, if you're pushing it back down in the plumbing into the building, then you're just going to, you know, any smells are just going to be inside the building. I don't know how that works. It does seem a little extreme.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Yeah, we're good.
Thank you, Eric. All right, we will now be moving to members of the public may address the city council. I just want to remind everybody there's a 3-minute time limit. I also ask that there be no booing or clapping if you agree or disagree with the person addressing the city council. And we have how many?
I believe we have 19 requests to speak on this item.
Okay, so we will call your name and just be ready on the docket. We have 20. We will call your name, and if you could just be ready to speak so we could move this along, because when you look at 20 times 3, you know how long public comments are going to last now.
Okay, our first speaker will be Terry Sorensen. Terry will be followed by Josh Teal.
Thank you.
Good evening, Terry.
Madam Mayor and other members of the City Council, my name is Terry Sorensen, and I'm an 18-year resident of Folsom's Historic District. I'm a retired civil litigation attorney and spent a substantial portion of my career defending lawsuits brought against public entities such as the City of Anaheim, the City of San Clemente, and other Southern California municipalities. Since my retirement from the active practice of law about 10 years ago, I have provided legal research and writing services on a volunteer basis on local litigation. Most recently, the litigation involving the proposed crematory at Lakewood Memorial Park, and before that, the litigation involving the proposed development of the Lead Historic Village project. I've chosen to speak to you here this evening on behalf of the appellant in this, on the Uncle Charlie's Firehouse and Brew matter, Bob Delp. I do not have a long-term relationship with Mr. Delp. In fact, I first met him personally about 5 days ago at a citizens meeting in my neighborhood. However, I have read a great deal of Mr. Delp's written work, mainly relating to the Barley Barn and Charlie's Firehouse projects, and have found him to be a well-reasoned and erudite, if I can use that term, individual with perhaps the best knowledge of CEQA law of any individual I have ever encountered. The guy is good. In my opinion, Mr. Delp's comments and conclusions should not be taken lightly. The man knows his stuff. He really does. He writes and speaks not merely to advance his particular point of view, but to make sure that things are done properly and in order. That things are done, that is, that things are done in compliance with the law. That's what's most important to Mr. Delp. Not that he wins or loses, but he wants to see things done properly. And I think that's of tantamount significance in our dealings here today. Things being done properly and in order are what's most important to Mr. Delp, and we would be wise to follow his example. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you. Your next speaker will be Josh Teal. Josh will be followed by Robert Leach.
Good evening, Josh.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Josh Teal. I've known Taryn and Charlie Groves for about 5 years, and I've been a resident in historic Folsom for about 4 years now. I'm here today not to talk about Taryn and Charlie and how amazing these two human beings are, and not how much literal blood, sweat, and tears they've poured into their dreams. I'm not going to talk about the countless hours they've worked helping this community that they love, or how they inspired myself and many others behind me to help out and volunteer in events like the Folsom Pro Rodeo. The sea of red behind me, I'm sure, is evidence enough, and they can definitely speak for them more eloquently than me. Instead, I'd like to discuss the potential location of UCFB. Over the 4 short years of living in this area, I cannot count how many times I've walked past this empty building, whether it be at the yearly Christmas tree lighting, making the rounds in the ice rink, walking through during the Saturday farmers market, or simply getting out for exercise and walking past the parking structure on my way down to the trails to walk around Lake Natoma. And in this time, I personally have only seen this space used once for a local real estate group for a party. Every other time I walk past is encompassed with a sense of emptiness. As a member of this community and a friend of the Groves family, I was ecstatic when I found out they were applying to have their dreams at this potential space. The thought filled my brain with small visions of what this future could look like. Family and friends meeting at UCFB, laughing, enjoying beautiful summer days in historic Folsom, and walking down Sutter Street to grab a bite to eat. Or after a long day of paddleboarding on Lake Natoma, I could see myself and friends walking up the hill to UCFB to unwind with a cold beer. There's no two people more deserving of this space who would hold up to the standards of the community and being a shining gem on Sutter Street. Maybe the appellant is right. Maybe there are flaws in the system. But Taryn and Charlie are not the enemy. They are warriors for this community and want nothing more for historic Folsom and Sutter Street area to succeed and flourish. UCFB would help by being, UCFB would help by being a striving force towards this goal, bringing in additional tax revenue to help this community. My simple ask is do not punish these two passionate and active members of our community because one individual does not agree with the processes. We ask that you wholeheartedly approve this space for UCFB and watch as our brewery flourishes, as well as our home, Folsom. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
Okay, your next speaker will be Robert Leach, and Robert will be followed by Martin Jimenez.
Good evening, Robert.
Hi. Thank you, members of the council, for hearing me. I have a bit of a unique perspective in that I was patrolling Sutter Street for the police department in 1978 to 1989. And I stepped into a time machine and built a hotel across the street called the Lake Natoma Inn. I think what's important to realize is that this city has evolved over time, and I can tell you that the Sutter Street that you have there today is a fantastic example of good planning. And I see, when I go down there, I see parents, children, families, a lot of these young millennials. And I have to compliment them that their drinking and driving is far less than it was in the 70s and 80s for people. They tend to use Uber and Lyft. If you have a parking problem down there, I'd say get a Uber and Lyft station you might want to think about doing. But I've known Taryn since she was in high school, and she was a student body officer. I can see that her enthusiasm has not been dulled since that time. Her father and her have worked on this dream for many years. I ask you to think about the fact that this council approved a 29-year-old police officer to build a hotel on Sutter Street that's been there for 33 years and produced probably tens of millions of dollars in TOT tax for you. And no one was supporting my concept of why a police officer can build a hotel at the time. But I can tell you that their enthusiasm is far greater than I ever had in this process. And I think that it's a great opportunity for the council to support entrepreneurism, particularly for someone as gifted as Taryn and her father. So I just want to tell you that, believe me, Sutter Street is an amazingly beautiful place compared to what it was in 1978. The Harleys out in front of the Sundance Saloon, not necessarily the clientele we were trying to attract, but you have an outstanding police department, you have a very safe community, and I support this project 100%.
Thank you, Robert.
Okay, next will be Martin Jimenez, who will be followed by Ian McAdam.
Good evening, Martin.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, City Council. If I'm loud, I apologize. I'm a very loud person. I just want to stop by. One thing I want to say is I'm kind of glad I got away from the name of bar from UCB. It's a brewery. And one thing I like about that name brewery is it doesn't attract people that don't want to have fun. It attracts families. And that's what I see with this brewery. It's a family establishment run by a family who wants to be part of this community, who's always been part of this community. And I feel that people should always have a community close to each other. And I think a brewery in that area, especially where it's going to be at, it's going to bring more families there, more people coming downtown to visit, to be there, to enjoy everything that downtown has to offer. As far as the smells, we got plenty of smells going down there from all the restaurants, from the bakeries, from Snooks, who doesn't like chocolate. I mean, so I don't think that's going to be a big concern. And as far as the parking, I hear the parking on Saturdays, it gets packed. Well, yeah, because there's an event going on down there. Everybody wants to go down to the event. By the time that event is over, they're opening up. So that means those people that came down to the event are going to stay there to hang out a little bit longer, contribute to that place, contribute to the area to give more money to it. It's going to be more people from around Sacramento, El Dorado Hills, Passer, Roseville to come to Folsom. Breweries are a big thing. Growing up, as soon as I started liking beer, I wanted to try different kind of beers. I would go all the way to Chico, Bend, Oregon, Southern California, even as far as east as Nevada, just to go try out a beer. So imagine having a place like that here will bring more people in. So just think about that. And as far as the problems that people still have concerns with this place, talk to them. Don't be afraid to talk to them. Don't bring your problems or any kind of questions to City Council. Talk to them. Bet you anything, though, make sure to answer every single one of your questions.
Martin, you'll need to speak to the mic.
Oh, sorry. Apologize again, I'm loud. So that's all I want to say. I'll amend my rest of the time to the City Council.
All right, thank you. And I got to tell you, one of the best smells is caramel from Snooks.
Okay, your next speaker is Ian McAdam, who will be followed by Adrian Blanco.
Welcome, Ian.
Welcome, Madam Mayor, City Council. Forgive me if I appear a little unorthodox because I'm usually used to having a mic in front of me with a couple thousand people, not them looking at the worst side of me. So I actually had to take time and actually methodically think about how I was going to present this to you guys. So I wrote a script, and also fair for me for that because I'm usually pretty ad-lib. I'll start this with a question. What is Folsom? Folsom, to an outside citizen from a neighboring community, El Dorado County resident myself, is community and opportunity. For example, opportunity for a father and daughter to achieve their goal of successfully opening a business. Folsom's pride being small business, as we saw during the pandemic, showed us how strong the community of business owners and patrons in the greater Folsom community can be. And then we have this situation. I totally wrote myself a note to breathe. A father and daughter duo that has incredibly deep roots in Folsom and are trying to open their dream business and having to overcome an incredible amount of challenges to achieve their goal to start a business in a storefront that's been predominantly empty since it was constructed. Now, let me attempt to suggest a way to resolve this conflict, and if I was at the business or at the meeting on the 1st, I gladly would have just shook hands and recommended that, and we wouldn't be here tonight. Now, I just skipped it. Talk about ad-libbing again. Instead of making an appeal and attempting to stop the process or add a speed bump to the process, have a meeting with Taryn and Charlie to discuss the process. Any concerns, any questions regarding the project, and let's face it, more serious matters have been discussed over a beer. Uncle Charlie's Firehouse and Brew will do a lot for the historic district. It will fill an empty storefront that has been a prime location for foot traffic. For community events, it will add to tax revenue on the local level, and most importantly, this will help a local father and daughter duo accomplish their dream. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ian.
Next will be Adrian Blanco, who will be followed by Kimberly Morphus.
So you're the Adrian Blanco.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, city officials, and our amazing community members. I'm Adrian Blanco. I'm a small business owner, a purveyor of fine jewelry. As a member of this wonderful community, I would like to share my support for Uncle Charlie Firehouse and Brew and their desire to open doors here in Folsom. Having a local brewery in the historic district not only adds to the cultural richness of our community, but also provides job opportunities and boosts economic growth. Uncle Charlie Firehouse Brew brings a unique offering that will have more people visiting and spending money in our city. Moreover, breweries like Uncle Charlie Firehouse Brew often become a hub for community events, bringing neighbors together for social outings and fostering a sense of community. I encourage this council to consider the importance of small businesses and community growth in our city. I hope you will grant Uncle Charlie's Firehouse Brew the opportunity to continue to enrich our community and provide us with a great local experience. As a small business owner myself, I know the struggles that these two are going through. In fact, coming from the same person that's opposing them. With that said, I really encourage you guys, small businesses need this government, need the city as much as possible. A lot of us are struggling to operate, and when you have someone as enthusiastic as Charlie and Taryn, it's only gonna take the city to new heights. And thank you.
Thank you, Adrian.
Okay, next will be Kimberly Morphus, and Kimberly will be followed by Loretta Hedinger.
Good evening, Kimberly.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. And my name's Kimberly Morphus. I'm a local commercial realtor in the area. I also serve on the board of the Folsom Police Foundation, and I'm a local chamber ambassador. It's obviously clear we have a lot of support here. You know, Taryn and Charlie really deserve this opportunity. I mean, I really want to thank the city. Mr. Banks there has done an incredible job outlining every single, piece of this appeal, and it's pretty clear that the main objective Mr. Delp has is with the process. He even says it himself, it's the city's process, patterns, and procedures. So, that's something he can take up with y'all, and it really shouldn't be something that Taryn and Charlie are, their entire process is being held back for this. So he does say that he's committed to doing what he can to help minimize the delays. So, it sounds like there's just some concerns overall with the process. And again, that's something that just is out of their hands. So, as he even says, Taryn and Charlie, they are responsible and enthusiastic owners. I think we need to allow them the chance to show everyone that they are responsible. They will take some of these concerns into consideration and be prominent members of our business community. This location has been vacant for so long, and instead of seeing vagrants, and if we're talking about odors, there's plenty of other odors that are around that from, different people handling their business on different corners. I've seen it time and time again. We need that corner activated. We need the tax revenue and business opportunities for employment. So it's one of those things that, this really isn't diminishing inequalities besides allowing people to sit and charge their phones and urinate and do, what they do on the building. This will incredibly, impact our community in the right way. So Mr. Delp, it seems like you just want to be seen and heard, and so I think you have made that point. We see you, we hear you. Something Taryn usually says at many of the old ribbon cuttings is that it is a true act of bravery to open a business in California, and so you can see them from all the trouble that she's gone through, her and her dad, to create this incredible business. It really is an act of bravery to go up against, time and time again, these different appeals. But clearly, as she also says, you can't business alone, and look at this incredible group behind us. So I encourage you to deny this appeal and support UCFB all the way.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Okay, your next speaker will be Loretta Hedinger, who will be followed by Beth Kelly.
Good evening, Loretta.
Good evening. I think it's an act of bravery for me to stand up here too tonight. I have no quarrel whatsoever with Taryn and her dad and the idea of economic development. I do have a concern about the city taking our history for granted. If you will look at the material that was submitted by Bob, the letter that the historic consultant provided, this person with the degree and experience in history, you will see that the process was flawed. And the biggest flaw from historic visibility is the way the design of the building was handled. I'm going to hand something up here that comes from the city's adopted regulations about what fronts of businesses are supposed to look like. If you would pass that. There is nothing in that justifies these huge glass, modern, distinctively modern doors. And the process was flawed in not being able to actually look at the history of the site, which would have happened if there had been an initial study. And in the material that was given to you tonight, that's the material that should have been given to the Historic District Commission. The Historic District Commission should have been given the information about the Perkins building that the parking structure is modeled after. It's in the material that what you received tonight from Mr. Delp, the National Register nomination. There's a picture of it. These doors completely violate that image. So please, if you're inclined to approve this project tonight, which I suspect you are inclined to do, please have them modify those doors. They are not appropriate on the first railroad in the West with the Perkins building design. Look at it, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Loretta.
Next speaker will be Beth Kelly, and Beth will be followed by Deborah Grassel.
Good evening, Beth.
Hi. Beth Kelly, President of Heritage Preservation League of Folsom. We support Bob Delp's appeal of HDC's decision to approve the Uncle Charlie's Firehouse and Brew project. Also, HPL did not receive the notice of this project, nor did we realize there were changes to the building design. Once again, we believe that the city should be seriously following the CEQA process and conduct a thorough CEQA review instead of using exemptions to avoid proper review. As Bob has documented in his appeal and supplement, there are potential impacts that should be evaluated under CEQA guidelines. These include historic resources, design issues, odor, and parking. There might also be cumulative impacts. While the city staff believe that state law precludes considering parking impacts, this does not mean they can ignore impacts to residents and other businesses from parking issues. As you know, we are still in litigation over the Barley Barn project, which also did not undergo CEQA review. In fact, the Planning Department misrepresented the status of the Barley Barn lawsuit to the Historic District Commission during the Uncle Charlie's presentation. At that time, we had not filed an appeal. This may have influenced some of the commissioners' decisions to approve the Uncle Charlie's project without CEQA review. In 1997, the Sutter Street Historic Commercial Subarea was designated to maintain, restore, and reconstruct sites which represent the history of Folsom. The Uncle Charlie's project is within the historic district and is even in the same parcel, as you know now, as the Folsom Depot. Once again, similar to Barley Barn, we are dealing with project design problems, glass doors, along with shades and signs that do not meet historic district guidelines. In fact, the Folsom Depot incorrectly installed glass doors that will be removed. All these projects show that the planning staff are not looking carefully at design in the historic district. And this time you have a report from a historian that confirms that the Uncle Charlie's project design is not in keeping with historic resources. We are asking the City Council to direct the City Manager and City Planning Department to require the City Planning Department to consider this project and future ones, whether they are meeting the historic design guidelines, and to undergo a proper CEQA documentation, rather than just allow all projects to claim a CEQA exemption. We understand the applicants indemnify the city for any cost for litigation, but that's such a poor excuse for not reviewing projects under CEQA. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth.
Okay, next speaker will be Deborah Grassel, who will be followed by Samantha Davidson.
Good evening, Deborah.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Deborah Grossel. I'm president of the Friends of Folsom Preservation. Part of our mission is to protect historic sites and structures and to comment on land use project proposals. So tonight I have a few things that I'd like to say about Uncle Charlie's Firehouse and Brew. But first I'd like to say I love the idea. Just the design is not quite there yet. Today, you received an official report from Ms. Shelby Kendrick. She reviewed the potential effects on historical resources that would result from the Uncle Charlie's Firehouse and Brew project. Ms. Kendricks has 7 years of experience in historic preservation management, is currently a graduate student instructor of architecture at UC Berkeley, and she's the editor-in-chief of UC Berkeley's Architectural Journal. So I hope that you've had time to read her report. It wasn't a long one. And to understand that if the city of Folsom is to protect the viewshed, and the historic character of the Folsom Depot, there are several CEQA issues that need to be resolved before this project is approved. The Folsom Depot is a California historical landmark and on the National Register of Historic Places. Tough designations to get, and even would be a sorrow to diminish or to lose. Visitors and tourists who come to Folsom expect to see and experience an old town, design choices that conform to California and National Environmental Policy Act standards. Uncle Charlie's current design choices don't meet those standards. In regard to Sabrina Teller's opinion that Uncle Charlie's project meets the criteria for the California Environmental Quality Act exemption, well, Ms. Teller's opinion on that subject is already the subject of a lawsuit against the city of Folsom, and that case will determine the standards of an exemption going forward in city project proposals. So the Friends of Folsom Preservation recommend that Uncle Charlie's project proposal goes back to city staff to accomplish the design, viewshed, and CEQA work outlined by Mr. Delp and Ms. Kendrick. It isn't a lot of work, and it shouldn't take a lot of time. But the changes are very important to history and to our heritage. Thanks.
Thank you, Deborah.
Next speaker will be Samantha Davidson, who will be followed by Joe Gagliardi.
Good evening, Samantha.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, esteemed council members. My name is Samantha Davidson, and I am a resident of Folsom. I'm here this evening to support Taryn and Charlie Groves and their dream to build a brewery. I can confidently say, on behalf of everybody here that knows the Groves, that we appreciate all that they do for our community and to make it great, and which makes our city a place that people flock to live, work, and play. There are many reasons to support this brewery, and first are the people who are behind it. Charlie Groves' name is synonymous with philanthropy and volunteerism. Before and after his retirement from public service as a fireman for 50 years, Charlie can be found volunteering his time with the Folsom Rotary Club, the Folsom Chamber, and many more organizations. This man has the biggest heart for service. And a fun fact about Charlie, every year before Christmas, he grows out his beard to enable him to don his Santa suit and be able to bring smiles to all the little boys and girls. His heart for service is so great that in 2019, Charlie humbly accepted the honor of being named Folsom's Volunteer of the Year at the Chamber Awards. And then there's Taryn. This woman is dynamic, smart, passionate, driven, and loves people. And they love her right back. It's a gift. And she has been building her network. And those who subscribe to Taryn TV, if you know, you know. Her network is what Folsom will benefit from. To quote Kevin Costner in the movie Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. And I believe that if Charlie and Taryn build it, the people will come. And when the people come, it brings economic vitality. And this brewery will be an economic driver for the city of Folsom, promoting tourism to our city and an opportunity for an ale trail, and bring support to businesses and restaurants in the surrounding areas. City staff report addresses and corrects concerns listed in the appeal and the letter that accompanied the appeal. Taryn and Charlie Groves are committed community leaders. The city has a 3,322 square foot space sitting vacant in a prime location. Let's not dismiss this opportunity and risk waiting another 6, 7, or 8 or more years to begin receiving lease and sales tax revenue from this space. I request that you deny this appeal and approve Uncle Charlie's Firehouse and Brew.
Thank you, Samantha.
Thank you. Next will be Joe Gagliardi, who will be followed by Kurt Terrace.
Good evening, Joe.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Joe Gagliardi with Choose Folsom. I wanted to address a couple things that have come forward tonight. First of all, the character of Charlie and Taryn is incredible, so I don't think we need to talk about that. I do want to talk about some of the issues that were raised relative to parking. Having lived across from the parking garage for over 8 years, I can tell you that we don't have a parking problem. We have a parking management issue that can be resolved through various ways, whether it's shuttling, and you're doing some of those today. Secondarily, when it comes to whether the parking garage is historic and has glass or not glass, that was decided 10 or 15 years ago. The glass that exists on that building has been there for a number of years. So I think they're just modifying what looks there, but it's exactly consistent with what was there. There was never a parking garage historically there, so it's not historical to begin with. I think from an economic development and tourism standpoint, from an economic development standpoint, that space is being utilized and with something that could help be a draw, and as someone mentioned earlier, to contribute to an ale trail or whatever. If you look in the audience tonight, you see a lot of young people, and what Folsom is trying to achieve is to keep young people here. And in order to do that, these kind of facilities are what we need. And by the historic district where someone can access the lake and come out and go to a brewery or go to Red Bus, that's the kind of things that we want to see happen in this community as we continue to develop the master plan for the River District. So I hope that when you look at this, I realize that a lot of what was brought up in the appeal had to do with process, but we've got to resolve this process because every project that comes forward, we cannot continue to have it be appealed because what's happening is people are not wanting to invest in the historic district. And that's a problem because when you don't invest, you start to see decay. So I'd encourage you for us to resolve this in some way, be able to get projects like this approved, and so that we can build a community that everybody wants. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay, next speaker is Kurt Terrace, and Kurt will be followed by Phil Scott.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Kurt Terrace. I own Infrastructure Improvement, the civil engineering firm that designed the drawings for the plan and elevations for this proposal. I've been working with Taryn and Charlie for about 6 years on finding a suitable location for their brewery. We toured a lot of different properties. This is the ideal location because of its it's vacant and available. And this is our history. We know this is a vacant city property, and we want our history to be alive with people, not vacant and empty. And the whole CEQA requirement, it's not legal. The appeal is frivolous. It's unsubstantiated. It should have been denied for not reaching the threshold of this board. But however, we're here, so I encourage you to please unanimously deny this frivolous and unsupported appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt.
Okay, next speaker is Phil Scott, and Phil will be followed by Evangeline Scott.
Good evening, Phil.
Good evening, Mayor. I'll keep it short. It is date night, 8:47. I'm here tonight. I've lived here a really long time, 1989, and it is a vacant spot, and this is a great opportunity for us. And I'd ask you to give strong credence to what staff has recommended, and that's to dismiss the appeal because of all the work that they've put into this. A lot of work went in. It's all relevant and documented, so please listen to what staff has said and deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
Okay, next will be Evangeline Scott, and Evangeline will be followed by Adam Frick.
Good evening, Evangeline.
Hello, beautiful people. Well, first of all, apparently we need to approve this for the tax revenue so we get better air conditioning up in here. Dying back there. And apparently to pay for item number 3, which although I'd rather have that money go to our police department. In regards to this, I'm going to take the emotion out of it. Everybody loves Charlie. Everybody loves Taryn. When I think about it from the standpoint of it being vacant and the revenue to the city, number one, it just makes sense. Number two, I think a brewery makes the most sense there in that space. I think it would be awesome. And I don't even really like beer. I'm more of a vodka girl. So I just think it makes sense for the space. I don't think there's a parking issue. As a business owner and a resident of Folsom, as somebody who sat for a number of years as a commissioner on architecture review with Mr. Banks, I can attest to him being awesome and agree with his recommendation. And I'm just all for approving it. And yes, I obviously think it's important because it's Tuesday date night, and now I'm going to take Phil out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next will be Adam Frick, and Adam will be followed by Karen West.
Well, hi, Mayor. Hello, City Council. My name's Adam Frick. I'm a 22-year resident and longtime business owner here in Folsom. I don't even like these people, so I'm just going to stick with what I know. What I know is Taryn and Charlie know everybody in this town. And I've met with so many business owners over the years that the hardest thing that they can possibly do, number one, is start a business in California. Number two is create a community around their business. And they haven't even opened yet, and they have a huge community. I can't tell you what kind of support they're going to have once they open their doors, but I can almost guarantee you that it's going to be amazing. That's all I got to say. I'm going to keep it short because I know everybody's got date night tonight, so thank you so much. And please approve their project and deny the denial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Karen West, and Karen will be followed by Dean Hyatt.
Good
Hello,
evening,
everybody.
Karen.
Thanks for letting me speak tonight. My name is Karen West. I just like to say, I get emotional, but I'm not going to get emotional because I promised. Charlie, 30 years as a retired firefighter. 4 of those years was a firefighter in the Air Force. I worked next to this gentleman for many years, rodeo, you name it. I seen the blood, sweat, and tears that this man has put out. And it's a dream. Everybody in this room has a dream, am I correct? So why can't Charlie and his daughter help him get to that dream? Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Karen.
Okay, next will be Dean Hyatt, who will be followed by Todd White.
Good evening, Dean.
Good evening. I don't know who said that. I have my head in my phone. My apologies. So, my name's Dean Hyatt. I'm a chef up the hill. Some of you know me, some of you don't, which is not important. I want to thank Bob first for coming to voice his concern. I think it's part of the American process, and I do thank you for that. Now, here's some of his words. Love to have a beer with them. Offer to help make the project properly. She will be a wonderful business owner. As a beer drinker, I want the project. So it's not the business, it's the process that Bob wants to change. Easy. Run for city council. Let's fix it that way. Let's not take it out on these guys over here. Okay? Now, odor impacts, we heard from Red Bus. I'll leave that one there. I think that's pretty much squashed. Parking demand is already not an issue, but since Bob brought it up, have we seen the turnout for the Christmas lighting? There's no problem getting people down here with that, right? How about the tour of California bike races? People find a way to get here. Parking shouldn't be even talked about. Light rail can bring the majority of the people. As one of my friends said, if you build it, they will come. Good job, take my line, but I love you for it. Good job. So what would Bob like to see in that spot? Honestly, right? Talk about the doors. Maybe we should have the original wooden doors since then we were talking about the old school days. Maybe we should tear down the entire town because the bricks are too modern. This is insane. We just brought the project to modernize 2 old buildings in Folsom. Are we going to modernize Folsom, or are we going to make it back to what it was originally, which is where we were panning for gold and having gunfights on the street? Oh, wait, we don't do those things either, but we still have tourism that comes here, okay? A lot of people seem to be complaining, but have not offered any solutions to the problem. Something my father told me. If you don't have a solution to the problem, shut up. All right, UCFB promotes the history of Folsom. We've talked about the history that these guys have here. An original firefighter from this town bringing in an original fire truck to put into his business. You can't get more historical than that, and you can't get more preservation than that, right? This is what this vacant space was designed for. restaurants, breweries, people coming down here. Okay? I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Todd White, and Todd will be followed by Quinn Gardner.
Good evening, Todd.
Good evening, Mayor Rodriguez. How are you? Well, you don't. I guess you're not supposed to talk back to me. So, rhetorical question. So, my name is Todd White, former member of the Folsom Historical Society. I am the oldest living board member of the Folsom Leading Young Professionals. I am so old that I'm a year younger than Taryn Groves. So, I am up here. I came down from Elbert County. That's where I reside. I live in the most overregulated county outside of Marin. I serve on the Shingle Springs Caron Park Chamber of Commerce Board, where I argue with bureaucrats at the building department on a weekly basis. I am very impressed with your planning department. I will keep it short and sweet. I have lived in El Dorado County my entire life. I know that has nothing to do with Folsom, but I spend a lot of money drinking beer at different places in Folsom. I could probably pay for a couple parking spots with the tax revenue that I provided this wonderful city. But I have never in my life seen somebody appeal a project based on parking when it's attached to a parking garage. So I'll leave it at that. Have a good evening. Deny the appeal.
Thank you, Todd.
Okay, our next speaker will be Quinn Gardner, and Quinn will be followed by Jerry Burnell.
Good evening, Quinn.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for having us and giving us this opportunity to speak. Quinn Gardner used to work for Sierra Nevada Brewing Company as well as 21st Amendment, but more germane, I opened Sacktown Union Brewery in East Sac, and was also the former president of the Sacramento Area Brewers Guild. So I can tell you, on top of those things, I am a consultant and have been with a number of breweries for years, helping them open. It's part of what we do. So I could save us all a lot of time. And I can tell you, between CEQA, OSHA 771, as well as Air Quality District here, for the size of brew house that they're looking at, as well as their boiler, it's not required. It's not that we're overlooking CEQA, it's just not required. This is kind of a moot point. As far as the smell and the air, I actually did some homework since the last time I was here, last presentation, reached out to Jeff Harris and City Council, who helped us out significantly when we were trying to open our place. Which is really a cautionary tale. We spent 6 months in our conditional use permit process where we found out information like this to great expense. And did we ever get any complaints? And between him and other people, other business in the area said, no, honestly, it just smelled like business. Because as we smelled that, we knew other people were coming. And when we moved in, 2/3 of the neighborhood is blight, empty buildings. So you guys don't have that issue. Within that time, if you drive over to that section of East Sac now, it's now thriving. And that's really what she's trying to do here. This isn't opening a business to compete with others. This is a business that ultimately will help. It will act as additional seating for the restaurants there, as people will order food in from there. When people come to various events, they can now hang out in town and spend money here. Money that is going to employ people that live here and add to the tax base in the area. So really, instead of just any business, this is something that isn't an anchor so much as it's a buoy, something that's going to help lift the business in the area. As a consultant also, I can tell you, I am offering my services to you all free of charge. If you need somebody who can look into these details to find out substantively in order to satisfy any of the demands that anybody have, I'm more than happy to do it for you. Because I think anytime we can help businesses open, especially ones designed and operated by people who care as much about their community as they do, that's a good thing for all of us. It's a win for all of us. So please, we'll talk afterward if you want. I'm happy to help.
Thank you, Quinn.
Thank you. Your next speaker will be Jerry Burnell.
I don't know. I didn't do them.
Good evening, Jerry.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I want to tell you, I think that Taryn and Charlie are going to be immensely successful with their microbrewery at this location, and I'm in complete support of it. I was at the HDC because my family has experience. They've had 5 microbreweries in Seattle, Portland, Orange County, New York, and they do create odors. And the reason Kikkoman and the Saki plant is they have good filtration systems, and as a result, those odors don't get out. We are in the city right now with 30 units that are less than the distance between here and that wall from this microbrewery. And so odors are an issue to us. That the $5,000 system, I'd be happy to pay for because it's minor compared to the investment in those units that we have in both the Granite House and the Leesdorf. And so I am not at all opposed to this project. I think they're going to be really successful. I think they're going to brew a lot of beer. I think they're going to be, and you look at Scott Seafood, they thought they're going to do 20% better. They're 200% better than they were at their old location. They're going to do well. Look at the following that they have. All I'm asking is this city has approved residential units, and they want residential units down there, and they're 25 to 50 feet away. And so all I'm asking is take that extra level of filtration to make sure that odor doesn't whack through those units. And it's not really always a sweet smell. It can be rotten tomatoes. It can be rotten eggs. Not for necessarily a long period of time, but I think that we need to take, if it's a $5,000 thing, I'll be happy to pay for it. It's a drop in the bucket compared to the impacts to our residential units. Secondarily, I would hope that we don't move it to 5 a.m. because 25 to 50 feet away are going to be residential units, and I think that's a little too early. 7 o'clock would be fine with me, just kind of like it is with construction hours and that sort of thing. So we do have residential units in the closest proximity to any microbrewery I think you have in the region, and so I just want to make sure that we take the extra step, and I appreciate Taryn and Charlie willingness to maintain that. I'm happy to pay for their $5,000 system, just so we don't have residential tenants that are impacted. So thank you very much, Council, and I'm very much in support of this project. I think they are going to be an anchor at this location, and I'm here not with a complaint, I'm here with a solution, and a willingness to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry.
You have no further requests to speak on this item.
Okay, so now we're moving along to the appellant, who will now make closing remarks. And there is a 5-minute time limit. Welcome back, Bob.
Thank you, Mayor. Do I understand that the applicant will be following me tonight?
The applicant will be following you, correct?
So I think I've talked a little bit about process, and I think people have recognized that that's one of my concerns, and I want to read from you just a brief paragraph from a resolution that was adopted by the City Council in 2015. It's Resolution 9689, and there's a few whereases in it, and one of them is, whereas the Council desires to formalize the agenda process and meeting protocol by resolution and to adopt formal procedures for appeals and public hearings to encourage greater public participation, and to process information to the public for the betterment of city operations. In this resolution, as you all well know, there's an appeal hearing procedure outlined. That appeal hearing procedure is not being followed tonight. That's up to the mayor, the presiding officer over a hearing, and you are not following that procedure. I don't know that I think this is the best procedure for an appeal hearing. But what I do know is you're not following it. So when I stand here before you and assert resistance to projects and process, you have to understand that there's good reason for that. I've watched what the City Council does, the decisions that are made, how things get processed, and the city is not following its rules, important rules to the community and for the protection of the historic district. I don't dispute that if you allow the applicant to come up, I am not suggesting you shouldn't. That's, I think, what you told them in advance of the hearing, and that might be a better procedure than what's in this document. But my point is, I think we should follow the adopted procedures. The council, any council member could come forward with a suggested modification to a resolution for hearing procedures, and you could adopt that. You could decide there's a better way, let's go through a public process and adopt a different procedure. With regard to parking, my comments to the council were evaluate the parking demand and see what will happen with the parking. Understand, like I said to the mayor earlier, understand what's happening with the parking demand. I think people that live outside of the historic district don't see the day-to-day demand of parking and vehicle travel through the neighborhoods, and it's an issue. I'm not suggesting that Uncle Charlie's is causing it, but I'm suggesting that we need to have a better handle on what's happening with our businesses and the draw that they have to the historic district. I do not think we should modernize the look of the historic district. Modernizing infrastructure, making buildings that still look and maintain historic character more earthquake-proof, I think that's fine. But the look, the outward look of our buildings in the historic district, that's why people come here. That's what people like about the historic district. Folsom's a big place. We have a big footprint in Sacramento County. There are a lot of places to have modern buildings and modern development. I haven't heard anything tonight other than that changes anything in my appeal and my assertions. I will rest there and answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Bob?
Well, you mentioned the process isn't being followed. What specifically part of the process is not being followed for the appeal?
The hearing the outline in the resolution allows for an introduction by staff, the appellant presentation. I'm bringing my appeal to you of the Historic District Commissions, not a debate about what the public thinks about my appeal, but you're having an open hearing. So it allows for staff presentation, the appellant, me, to address staff, a public comment period where anyone, including the applicant, can come up and speak, and the presiding officer in the resolution can adjust those time limits so the applicant could come up and speak and have as much time as the presiding officer wanted to provide. And then the appellant is able to come up and provide closing remarks or rebuttal to the council.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, next we have the project applicant. 5 minutes closing remarks.
That last slide up? Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. First off, I would honestly like to thank Mr. Delp for filing this appeal, and I'm not lying when I say that. This has been great visibility and free marketing. And when you are a new business and profusely hemorrhaging money, anything free helps. So thank you. I also want to thank Mr. Delp because during this process, a process consisting of countless late nights poring over the appeal letter, the research done to ensure we were prepared today, securing legal counsel, sitting through another appeal just to see what we could expect, random strangers coming up and recognizing my dad and I and offering their support and their words of encouragement, calling on my support system, albeit some anxiety, and inevitably trusting God in these proceedings. I am more confident than ever that Charlie, AKA my dad and I, are not only the right people to build business in that parking garage space, but honestly, Folsom, you'd be lucky to have us. To bring more visibility to Folsom, creating jobs, yielding more sales tax revenue to pour into the city, and continue to foster economic vitality, supporting other historic and surrounding area businesses, I honestly don't know what city wouldn't want that. And we have been approached by other communities. We have been incentivized to go open this brewery elsewhere, but it just doesn't work. We have roots here. My grandparents moved here in 1956. My dad was raised at 506 Sutter Street. My grandpa was a park ranger and owned Monte Vista Campground on Folsom Lake. My grandma was a teacher at Theodore Judah Elementary. I live blocks up from the parking garage space right across from the Granite School where my dad went to first grade. Yes, that makes Charlie very old. Sorry, Pop. And I live just down from St. John the Baptist Catholic Cemetery, where both my grandparents and a multitude of other family and extended members are buried. The slide you see up there shows the 700 block of Sutter Street located in historic Folsom, just blocks from the garage space, back in the 1950s. The engine you see is a 1952 Van Pelt that was commissioned to be built as Folsom's third ever fire engine. We at UCFB are now the proud owners of this engine, and we are renovating it back to its original glory. This engine will serve as the centerpiece of the brewery, and we will pour our beers off the taps plumb through the engine. This engine is returning just blocks from its original home, almost 70 years after its first service. This engine also happens to be the first engine my dad, Charlie, started his firefighting career on, riding tailboard when he volunteered at Folsom Fire at the ripe old age of 16. Simply put, we are Folsom, and we have continually chosen Folsom when it has not been easy, and it has not been easy. And I have said since the time of my working at Folsom Chamber, and Kimberly referenced it tonight, you cannot business alone. So thank you. Thank you to all who showed up here tonight. You are the reason we have kept pushing to open. Beer is just the thing we make. The real heart of the business is you, and the space we want to build and share. The whole process from inquiring about the space nearly 8 years ago, while I was living in Reno and commuting almost daily to Folsom, because I wanted to build a network. I wanted to keep investing in this community. In answering this RFP back in 2021, to receiving a unanimous 5-yes vote during the Historic District Commission, and now to this appeal. This has all been a huge reminder on how much I really care, and how much my dad cares, and how much the people behind me care, how much we want to invest. We're desperate. Folsom, we want you to invest in us. We have sacrificed our time, our energy, our attention, our money, except for Jerry's $5,000 that he promised that he would pay. Everybody got that right? Everybody got that right? Just to stand up here speaking to you without having any business or building permits, just for elevation plans, engineering drawings, application filing fees, and legal counsel, we're over $20,000 in, and that's not even begin the breadth of the money we need to actually open. And believe me, we need all of you to buy all the beers and seltzers to recoup. So we are all doing this just at the end of the day so people can sit at our brewery and say, damn, this beer was made by people who care. The real intention behind this business is to create a community living room. For those who may be familiar with the third space theory, your first space is your work, your second is your home, and your third space is the place you define as solace. We want to be that third space for people, and you are all the reason why. So let's keep you CFP brewing, because we won't stop beer leaving. I used a pun, I had to. Any questions?
No, I don't have any. No? Okay. Thank you. All right, so we will now move along to city staff. Any questions for city staff from the council? Yeah, okay. You want to start off, Councilmember Aquino?
Steve Banks, are you hopping up there? So, you know, we have the letter from Remy Moose. Obviously, the appellant has a strong CEQA background. For folks like me who do not have a strong CEQA background, I do need you to lay out exactly the justification for the Class 1 and Class 3 exemption that you're claiming, because the staff report is, you know, very heavy on why the exceptions to the exemption don't apply, but I don't see the justification for why the Class 1 and Class 3 exemptions do apply, and I want to understand that.
It's a very good question. I'm going to look to my right to the city attorney to help me provide a more technical answer for you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Banks. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. Class 1 exemption pertains to existing facilities, which involve some kind of small change, such as change of business, change of use in something that's already there. There's no new building, it's existing, so it's a classic exemption. You can tap into it, the applicant has tapped into it, and they're entitled to it, unless, of course, the exception applies. Class 3 exemption is conversion of small structures. It's usually applicable when a structure is less than 10,000 square feet. This particular project location, this particular space is 3,332 square feet. We're not talking about the entire parking structure because nobody else can use anything other than this particular space, meaning Taryn and her staff and her business will not be able to expand their use outside the 3,300 plus square feet. So the entire analysis on the small structure is fixed within what that 3,300 and change square foot space is. So those two are clear exemptions for the applicant to utilize. CEQA is about disclosure. CEQA is about process. And CEQA is also about letting applicants who have the ability to access those exemptions, use the exemptions in order to avoid additional analysis that the state tells us is not required.
So following up on the Class 1 exemption, and I'm sorry, I don't have the full verbiage was not provided in terms of the law, but just
It's on pages 16 and 17 of the staff report.
the full thing? Okay, I'll look it up on my. So it talks about involving negligible or no expansion of existing or former use. The thing that I'm trying to understand is the space is not occupied right now. Previously, to my knowledge, the only thing that did occupy it was the Museum of Wonder and Delight. So does going from a museum or nothing to a brewery that does involve, ventilation and all that sort of stuff, is that considered negligible or no expansion of existing or former use? That's the part I'm having problems with. And I want to be perfectly clear. I don't have any issue. I'm not a beer drinker, but I don't have any issue with the project. But I am very much a process person, and I do think Mr. Delp, brings up some fair points, and I think that we have a duty to, understand those.
And that's a fair question. What the law actually says is it's about expanding a particular use in the traditional sense in an existing building, extending it, not contained within the existing building. So if there's a particular request to add a balcony, for example, or a outdoor seating, for example, that's expanding existing use in the existing structure. They're not asking for anything other than what's contained within the space itself.
So your interpretation is that they're talking about physical expansion, not the expansion of the use.
Correct. That's why the exemption is about existing structure,
Okay.
not about existing use.
May I add an extension to that?
Sure.
Steve, could you just maybe clarify that in this case, whether use means the permitted uses of that space or an actual previous use? Because the way the sentence is structured can leave you with the impression that whatever it was used for before, a change to it.
It's about the space itself, the structure space. So if you can have a change in use and still use this exemption because it's existing structure, if you are not exceeding, if the use is not exceeding the space of the structure.
And so as the city is considered the lead agency, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so how much latitude do we have to determine whether we consider something to, be exempt or not?
You have great attitude. You have great attitude. Even with exemption, the city can say, we still need an EIR. Assuming there's substantial evidence showing there's a need for a full-blown hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of EIR work. CEQA is designed to provide information about the environment to the public and also the decision makers, but it's also designed to not have those additional steps taken if exemptions are available. But you can override that. This council has great latitude.
And if staff had decided that the exemptions didn't apply, what would have been the process? We would have done an initial study and
Correct.
possibly a mitigated negative declaration.
Correct.
Okay.
And even that can still be overridden by the city requiring an EIR.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have for now. Thank
Councilmember Foster.
How did we end up with a footloose clause?
That clause was carried over from other conditional use permits that were applied for within the historic district on Sutter Street. I think it's more about noise than it is about dancing. So there are noise conditions of approval on there, and if you wish to remove the dancing clause, that could be done.
Is this about activity outside of the building or activity inside the building?
I think it's about both. It's about creating noise impacts that will impact adjacent properties.
Okay, thank you.
And that's the impetus for that condition.
Okay, okay. Councilmember Rohrbaugh, any questions?
I don't have any for you, but that is the question about footloose or dancing. I mean, it's a beer drinking establishment, so there will be dancing, just at your table. But how would we approve or deny the appeal and then make an amendment, or would we do it during the appeal?
Mr. Wong, could you comment on how that would be handled?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. You can absolutely modify any condition the council deems appropriate as part of the approval process. Remember, to approve the project means you deny the appeal. If you wish to deny the project, that means you approve the appeal, you grant the appeal. So it's a little bit of nuance. But if the council is inclined to approve the project by denying the appeal, but still want to refine or modify the condition, you may do so.
Just by making an amendment, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you'll walk us through it if we get there. I have another question. When do our city trucks, when are they allowed to operate? I think YK knows, but when are businesses, and is it 7 a.m. or?
At 7 a.m. the trucks roll out, Mark, is that correct?
And for clarification, what kind of trucks are we talking about?
Dump trucks?
Like solid waste
Any
trucks.
city work, any kind of.
Our solid waste vehicles leave the yard earlier than 7. They do start pickup earlier. Are you referring to the noise ordinance?
Yes, the Taryn asked us to consider modifying the hours from 5 a.m. to 6 p.m., I believe. But that 5 seems a little early if there's going to be noise involved, but 8 seems a little late. So that's what I was wondering. What is normal for our city as far as an operation of a business?
I think our noise ordinance takes effect at 7 a.m. Perhaps someone can verify that for me.
Don't trucks start at 6 a.m.? Or am I?
Trucks are not subject to the noise ordinance. Those are mobile sources, and the noise ordinance, I think, is affected by stationary sources.
Okay, but trucks do leave 6 a.m.?
I do believe they do. Yeah.
Yeah. Commercial trucks leave little early, and residential goes an hour late.
Yeah.
I do have a question. During the discussion at Historic District Commission, it's on the noise. Because I don't know who else to ask. What kind of noise would be coming out of a brewery? Is it noise or the smell that we're worried about that early? Because, Rosario could go prep in her, restaurant at 5 a.m. without anybody even knowing, do regular business, you could do inventory, whatever. But, so is there noise being produced from a brewery when they start brewing?
I would defer that question to the applicant in terms of what noises they're generating at 5 and 6 a.m. I think it's more about the odor.
Can I ask her?
Yeah.
I'm not sure I can? Yes, can the applicant come up?
Assuming I'm not blaring Whitney Houston's Dance with Somebody like have a propensity to do, there are not any more, the noise pollution wouldn't be any more substantiated than if anybody else was in their establishment creating, prepping, cooking the same way. So, I understand Mr. Bruneau's concern has to do with the adjacent property that he is building up that will have residents in there. And I think it's not necessarily the noise. I think it was more the smell or the odor consideration, which we already made the agreement that we would be happy, again, that he would pay for the water dispersion apparatus that will be on our boil kettles. So it would be more smell versus noise. that I can
And you
attest to.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Chalem Chorlin, do you have any questions?
I just have a few comments, maybe Steve, if you can help on this one. Just to make a comment, Bob usually sends his research, not only just for this, for anything he thinks that's not quite right or there is a room for improvement. He sends at least to me, and I see quite a few times my colleagues are included in that. He gives that preparatory information based on his expertise. So I want to respect that. And one of the points he made, we waited for barley barn litigation until we moved this project. I may or may not agree on that one, but this project we have given approval for Uncle Charlie in November 2021, the site. And since then, they have been working on this one. Am I right?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase?
The site, this location,
Yes.
the RFP we have approved in November 2021 that they are getting that site for the.
They were the business that was selected for that location, yes.
Right. So either for the last 15, 16 months, they have been working on this project.
Correct.
Okay. Did you see any pause there in that context? I just want to ask.
There was a pause. The lawsuit was filed against the Barley Barn project.
Okay.
And we let the applicant know that the Barley Barn project used a similar CEQA exemption for their project. And we provided them with information that it's up to you if you want to move forward or you want to wait. But the lawsuit could impact your project. They made the decision to wait as the lawsuit made its way through the courts.
Thank you. That makes sense to me. You gave it advice or information.
Correct.
It's not even advice and information for them. This is what happening. Okay. Thank you. And I think most of the people were talking about the process issue, not to penalize the project issue. Maybe City Attorney, you can chime in any time. I think we are following the process. Of course, it is not just the city code, municipal code. We have a county on top, air resource control on top, state on top. Recently, that's what our mayor was talking about, the parking permits. Do we see any of those points Mr. Delp was making? Because I'm giving credit to him. He does thorough analysis, right? Anything?
Thank you, Councilmember Vice Mayor Chalem Chala. I am trying to be diplomatic here. Mr. Delp is entitled to his points, but just because he disagrees with the outcome that he would like to see does not mean that our process is flawed. Our process is sound. The process is fair, including tonight's appeals hearing protocol that gives both parties, both sides to the appeal an equal opportunity to address the council and provide whatever they want to provide to the council. It makes no sense to allow the appellant to address the council and also allow the public to speak to the council, but not the project applicant who has a vested interest in the project itself to address the council. So just because someone disagrees with the outcome doesn't mean our process is flawed. It is fine.
Okay. Thank you, City Attorney. Is that okay if I can make a comment about Mr. Bob? Bob, I think you have seen up there, Mr. Delp. I should be saying Mr. Delp. Come on. You have seen our city team putting together a response for summarizing your concerns. And yes, we agree, statewide, we have not much control on the traffic when it is less than a mile away from the light rail. So that's what our staff is following. Do you still think, please, because you put maybe, I don't know whether I can say hundreds of hours on this one besides $465 fee. Could you please help?
The Barley Barn project's been talked about a lot tonight. That project had a condition of approval that said that approval expires within 1 year. If and the Folsom Municipal Code also says for an approval, for a CUP approval or design review approval, a building permit application has to be submitted within 1 year.
Right.
Or the permit is null and void with no further action. All right, so, and the applicant that receives that is able to, prior to that 1 year expiring, they can request an extension, and that would go to in the Historic District, it would go to the Historic District Commission. The Barley Barn approval, the Barley Barn did not submit a building application within 1 year of its approval. So by the Folsom Municipal Code, it became null and void. That was giving them the date from the City Council appeal hearing, not the Historic District Commission hearing, which would have been even sooner, on January 11th of this year. That 1 year expired. The fact that the city refuses to acknowledge that that permit expired and has stonewalled me and just asking because there's a problem there, it becomes null and void with no further action from the city. So I'm asking the city, I'm asking the community development director, can you just, she confirmed for me that they hadn't submitted a building permit. Well, can you confirm for me then that it's null and void? There's litigation going on that I think should be moot. I think going back to January, there shouldn't even be any litigation because the project has disappeared, but it hasn't. Staff is still treating it as an active approval. That's I don't know, maybe an extreme example. I mean, not following the hearing resolution is maybe a little bit more benign than allowing a project that expired to still exist. I'll say, since I'm on this, the same condition is on the Uncle Charlie's project. Frankly, I paid to have this hearing to hear my appeal, but I think you guys are going to consider changing some of their conditions of approval. There's a condition of approval, the standard condition of approval, that requires them to take some action within a year. Why would you do that? You're going to lease the property to them. What really don't you really just want them to pay their monthly fee? And if they go silent for 6 months for some reason, they have to shut down and retool. I believe that's the condition of approval. It's 6 months. If they don't operate for 6 months, they lose their use permit. They're still going to have a lease with the city. Like, there's just been. So I wouldn't do that if I was the applicant. I would say, like, let's negotiate this at the lease phase. But nobody's talked about the lease yet. So, tangents. Okay. But there are process things like that that really do matter and make a difference. And going back to the Barley Barn situation, what do we do with that? That is a huge part of what triggered me being interested in the Uncle Charlie's project. The fact that the city council had a closed session hearing and decided, let's go forward with the Uncle Charlie's project. And then 2 weeks later, the Historic District Commission had a hearing on the Barley Barn project where the community was very concerned about the parking demand and another bar on Sutter Street. And nobody said anything that the city council in a closed door session had decided to move forward with Uncle Charlie's. I was before 4 of you on January 11th, 2022, on an appeal hearing for Barley Barn. The 4 of you knew that you had made a decision in closed session to move forward with Uncle Charlie's. Staff stood up here and presented traffic, parking demand information, parking projections, graphs of, well, this is how much capacity we have in the parking garage. This is how much capacity we have in other parking spaces on Sutter Street. Defending the Barley Barn for not suggesting that it wasn't going to exceed parking capacity with no analysis, no projection, again, of what the actual parking demand would be. And 4 of you knew that Uncle Charlie's was in the work. The public didn't. So, you know, that is why we are here, not because I'm afraid that some beer is going to be made and sold in the parking structure. I hope that answered your question.
Steve, can I have you clarify, just for the sake of the public, because I don't want people walking away thinking that in closed session we decided that we're going to give this project to Taryn and her dad. a request for proposal went out at a certain time where people were able to submit their request for this building. Can you elaborate just for the sake of the public
Thank you,
on
Madam
that?
Mayor. And the member of the City Council, it was an open process.
Yeah.
The request for proposal was an open process. There were other submittals in addition to this particular operator. And there's no guarantee, there's no certainty. The City Council did not commit. The City Council made a decision after deliberation in closed session, which cannot be disclosed in open session, leading to Taryn and her staff submitting this particular application to the city because that's what they needed in order to move forward with a potential lease. Again, it's not a guarantee. The city council can still turn it down, but this is something they absolutely need in order to move forward with what they propose to do.
And it was public because I remember there were even like Facebook posts. There was a communication that did go out to the public on a request for proposal for this position. So there was public notification that anyone at that point could have submitted.
And also there's a difference in time between the Barley Barn project and this project. As you know, there's a change in the law, January 1st, 2023, where parking in this particular situation is no longer relevant in project analysis.
Okay.
In Barley Barn, that's before January 1st, 2023,
Yeah.
so staff had to do analysis for that case.
Okay, and actually there was one other, did you have any other questions before I ask?
No, you're
Steve?
asking the same
Okay,
question.
so then, so the question I had, and I just want to get, I mean, I feel like I know the situation well. So on January 1st, if you live within a half mile from transit, you're no longer required to provide parking for your project. So, and I'm just going to think of taxpayers and you know, taxpayer money. So hypothetically, as Mr. Delp has requested that we do some analysis. Well, doing some analysis will end up resulting that we cannot request that the applicant of this project provide parking, because at that point, I think, would we be opening ourselves up to a potential lawsuit that we're now asking someone to provide something that the state of California has said it's not required anymore?
That is absolutely accurate. It doesn't matter if the city council holds the power of the lease. The requirement is what the requirement is. So it is something that I would not recommend the council to do.
Correct.
But I do wish to take one quick moment to address the status of the Barley Barn application, because Mr. Delp is right. He has asked city staff about the status of that particular application. Remember, not just the Barley Barn applicant who got sued, the city got sued as well. Once the city was sued, everything stops. There's the legal basis and legal requirement to suspend the processing because of the lawsuit. And this is the disconnect between someone who reads something in writing, black and white, such as the city council ordinance about the appeals hearing, without considering the other elements of the law at play. What the city does, and the city has always done, is to comply with the law. We require and we demand that we follow the rule of law. We do not just do something arbitrarily. We cannot do so. So there are other elements of law at play that leads us to where we are. And there's a gap in understanding between Mr. Delp or whoever, but that doesn't mean that the city is not proceeding pursuant to law.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I was about to ask the same question you did ask him. I'm not sure who from our staff can answer this one, but I'm going to just put it. I'm repeating some of the comments our residents are asking. Historic character and heritage is being compromised or not following. But Joe G. was here, Joe Gagliardi. He said this building was in existence for the last 15, 20 years. So how we can put that, as an applicant's challenge, is anything we can respond back to the residents on the historic character and the heritage?
Yes, the parking structure was built in 2008.
Yeah.
And contained modern building materials.
Yeah.
The applicant is simply requesting approval to replace existing fabric awnings with new fabric awning, same material, different color. With the regards to the doors, we're replacing existing modern glass doors with new glass doors with a slightly different design. That's the extent of the changes. The Historic District Commission reviewed these changes, and they were supportive of these changes.
In 2006, 2007, whenever we built that structure, right?
Well, the structure was reviewed in 2007, 2008, and the design of the structure was approved back then. But the changes to the building were reviewed and approved by the Historic District Commission on March 1st.
Yeah, okay.
For
got
this
it.
project.
For this project.
Correct.
Got it. But that existence was there from 2007, 2008.
2008, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor, I think that's all I have questions.
I just have one more. There was a third CEQA that came up tonight, and I just wanted to know, I didn't catch it. I think it may have been the gentleman who's sitting right in front. Or
Remy Moose and Manley identified exemption
Oh, is that what it is?
32 as potentially applying as well.
Okay,
The
that's
infill exemption.
okay. That's where it came from, the attorneys. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm good. All right. Well, I think that's it. All right. So now we will be closing the appeal hearing, and now the council can deliberate and make a decision on the appeal.
I'd actually like to make a motion, but I do want to, before I do that, just acknowledge the commentary from Laura Hedinger and Deb Grassel about the sort of stylistic treatment of the glazing on the parking garage structure. It certainly can't be interpreted as historic in its current condition, and trying to revisit something that was approved somewhat recently maybe is not an appropriate demand to make on a new tenant. However, going forward, we do need to take better care with how we deal with storefront glazing, because it's the thing that you encounter most certainly when you enter a building, and it is the thing that gives some clue to the character that you're trying to express throughout the district. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. I feel sensitive to that issue because I've had to design buildings myself that needed to echo historic character with modern materials. And the parking garage does that in some respects and doesn't do that in others. So, just in the future, we need to take care with that. And I would ask the Historic District Commission to be sensitive to that. That being said, it's interesting that we had the report that we requested a couple of years ago on the condition of the depot come before us tonight, because it became part of the proceedings here. I think the desire of the council several years ago and continuing has been to try and generate revenue for the city, both by economic development and by making use of this lease space. And I think this is an appropriate thing and a good result after a good long time. So, that all being said, I'd like to move that we deny the appeal, and that we further ask that the wording of the, and I apologize for using this phrase this way, but that we modify the wording of both the limitation on the brewing time and the footloose exemption to better just reflect the existing nuisance ordinances that we have, because both of those to me feel like we are taking the nuisance ordinance and restating it. So if they become a nuisance, they are a nuisance, and we have processes for dealing with that. In the interim, I would say that I'm not one to dance while drinking beer, but people should be able to do that. And the brewing infrequently early in the morning is not necessarily a bad thing. So my motion is simply to modify the 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. time frame and the dancing restriction so that they better just reflect the nuisance ordinance rather than being more specific, and that we deny the appeal.
Councilmember Kozlowski, I'm following you. Allow me to suggest that we should be more specific, because this is a conditional use permit. So the condition should be specific so that everybody knows what it is and what it is not. And hence, with respect to condition number 25, the brewing time frame, the current condition limits brewing during daytime hours, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Our noise ordinance operates at 7 a.m. So if you wish to change that,
I wasn't talking about the noise ordinance. I was talking about the general nuisance ordinance.
that applies no matter what, with or without
Exactly.
CUP. With
Exactly.
or without CUP.
So the restriction on brewing time seems to me extraneous.
It's about operation. So you can take that whole thing out if you want, if you do not like it, or you can modify the hours as you deem appropriate. As pertaining to condition number 24, the dancing condition, it's up to you. You can strike that or modify it.
Okay, well, I would propose then that we deny the appeal and that we eliminate condition number 24, and that we modify condition number 25 to say 5 a.m. to 6 p.m. for brewing time.
I second that one. I think we can probably have a quick discussion or deliberation, Mayor.
Sure.
All right.
I'll
Well, the clerk.
second.
What was that?
I'll second.
I think, did you say?
Seconds.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. All right, will the clerk
third?
please call the roll?
No, we get to
No, no, no.
deliberate.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. No, we want to make sure, right? I know we did talk a lot. Once again, I want to sincerely thank Bob on all his efforts, and he put a lot of efforts on this one. At the same time, I'm seeing some process things. Most probably, we will talk on as a council here, and you are making some points there. And we, as an elected official, we have to be always open our ears to listen for process improvements, if there are any. But I want to make it clear, Folsom City Code is not only the one we are going to follow. We have a county and a state and federals. We have to comprise. That's where we always look for our city attorney. And coming back to the applicant or the business owner, thank you. The reason I think this council is the one who pushed. I echo what Mike said. We pushed hard. We need to use the city buildings and city vacant areas. We have to start generating the revenue. You might have heard from this council in the last 6 months to a year, and our finance director was very consistent. Every time she presents her quarterly report, deficit is going up. We have to be creative on this council, not going to the taxes increase and all those. Where can we generate that money? And you guys step forward on that one as well. And I want to thank city manager. At least, we are putting together our energy to make sure we can start generating some revenue and show that property is the citizens, and that citizens, if it is your rental property, do you keep that long vacant? Probably not. How it is different from that is still your property. It is citizens' property. So thanks for picking that property to use. We were all wondering what is going to come there, but facilities like this, they won't move in month or 2 years, 3 years later, because that is an establishment. We can count on that revenue. I think that's the only comment I have.
Would you consider an amendment to your motion to make it from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.? I just think 5 a.m. is too early.
Yeah.
I would accept that friendly amendment.
Okay.
I should have read that. Sorry. I second the 7
revised
a.m.
motion.
So 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. I do have a couple comments. One of the things that was prevalent in Mr. Delp's appeal letter, but that was not brought up today, was his assertion that the role of the HDC is just an advisory body, and I do want to address that, because I understand why he thinks that, although I disagree, and I want to explain why. Article 4 of the city charter talks about specifically the Planning Commission and the Parks and Recreation Commission. And in those paragraphs, it says, the powers, duties, qualifications, removal, and compensation, if any, of the commission shall be set by ordinance. And then it talks generally in 4.07 about boards and commissions, presumably boards and commissions other than the Planning and the Parks and Recreation Commission. And in there it says, all boards and commissions only shall be advisory to the council. So I understand why he is arguing that. But I think you could also say that, in effect, The Historic District Commission is the planning commission for the historic district. And therefore, per 4.05, the powers, duties, qualifications, removal, and compensation, if any, shall be set by ordinance. And very clearly in Folsom Municipal Code, Chapter 17.52, the ability to approve or deny a conditional use permit rests with the Historic District Commission. So I'm comfortable on the role of the HDC, and their ability to make these decisions. I still am a little bit fuzzy on the whole CEQA thing and about, whether the expansion of use is physical or the actual, the use. But again, I'm not a CEQA expert, and I feel like, I need to rely on the city experts. And they feel confident that exemption 1 and 3 apply. I will say that the majority of Mr. Delp's appeal letters, as he has stated today, does deal with process. And so I want to respectfully make 2 recommendations to you, Mr. Delp, because you are a frequent correspondent with us. Yeah. And I want to say that I sincerely appreciate, and I read all of your letters, and I appreciate your thoughtfulness and your thoroughness in your comments, because I think you often do make very valid points. But my 2 recommendations to you would be this. I think you should meet with the Historic District Committee chair and vice chair. They're here today, and they are outstanding, in my opinion. And I know that they have recently met with staff and talked about some things that they would like to see in staff reports in order to help them make better decisions and have all the things that they need to make decisions. And I think that would be time well spent for you. And I'm happy to facilitate that in any way that I can. The second thing is, you did indicate that you did not attend the Historic District Commission meeting, although you did send us, and I presume the commissioners, some information ahead of time. But I would suggest that you have a greater opportunity to influence a project in a positive way by attending and engaging in the Historic District Commission meetings rather than pursuing the appeal process. So again, just respectfully want to make those suggestions. I would ask the city attorney, I appreciate your comments about needing to do what is within the law, and I understand the need to give the applicant the right to participate in the appeal process, but my suggestion is we update or introduce or whatever we need to do a new resolution so that our practice matches our policy, so that there will be no question for the public going forward. So
I agree, Councilmember Aquino. One thing that particular resolution does not state is that particular appeals protocol, which eliminates, and you do not see any mentioning about the project applicant, was really structured for someone to appeal a city action. A city action. In this kind of appeal, the city is not involved. This is not a city project. There's a private party appealing the appellant. There's the private party being appealed to. That's the project applicant. So appellant, project applicant, under the rule of law, being judges in a quasi-judicial proceeding, the city council has to provide equal opportunity to both sides. But your point is well taken. That particular nuance is not captured in the current 2015 resolution. That should be updated.
Okay, so yeah, city manager, if we could expedite that request, that would be appreciated.
Absolutely.
But, again, I really appreciate, and I want to say that I believe that you genuinely are interested in improving the process, and I appreciate that. So, but with that, I am going to support the motion to deny the appeal.
I have some comments. I've been entirely too quiet. First, I want to thank the Historic District Commissioners. All our commissioners are committee members. We have like 6 of them. They're so important to the process in our city, in the governmental process in general. And when we sat down today, I whispered to YK, I love it when this place is full. It makes me so excited, because that means the process is working. And I love that, when we have situations like this, that you guys were all very respectful to each other. And that's really important. There was questions, disagreement, and then discussion. And all of that brings more transparency. And that's really what we should strive for. So I'm really, really proud of this community for that. Unfortunately, this kind of process does delay the process for an appellant. But, we've learned from what we've heard about Taryn, or if you know her at all, if anyone's going to persevere, it's probably going to be her. So we need that tenacity in this city. Everyone loves Folsom, and everyone loves the history in Folsom. I really appreciate the 4 people that spoke for the appellant. I think that's the right way to say that. We all want the same thing. We want to help, build on and preserve the history in Folsom. We might see it differently, one perspective or the other, but I'm really happy that you guys came and showed up and discussed it. I had one more point, but that's it. I'm just really proud of everybody in this room for coming in and being part of the process.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Chalam-Charla, any comments?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Terry Sorensen, right? Thank you. Thank you. I know you're the first person who started, speaking up here, and you have been doing voluntarily. Probably we are going to tap on your volunteerism to make things better here for any of the process related. You have an attorney background as well. Thank you.
I did remember my thoughts.
Yes, okay, go for it.
It was for Bob Delp. I've been on this council a short time, since December, and I've read a lot of your detailed letters, and I agree with Sarah. I love them. Because, that sounds weird, but they're lengthy, but they're very detailed, and they always give me some perspective. I usually agree with a lot of it. And, we're not all as smart as you. And so for you to catch some things process-oriented is really valuable to me as a council member, but I hope to the entire city and council. The way you dive into things, the way you question the status quo of things and the process of things, that's totally in my realm. And that takes courage, and it takes courage for you to come up here and probably knowing which way it might go or not. Obviously, the appellants are very well liked in the community. So this could be reversed, and we need people that have courage to come up and question the process. So I wanted to say that. I know Sarah commented on it, but you have so much. You have so much you can give to the city. So I really appreciate it.
All right. So for me, I will be supporting this project because, having read through so much information in the past couple of weeks, having watched the Historic District Commission meeting, and then the one thing that stood out was that many of the points raised in the appeal letter do not relate directly to the actual brewery project. But you know what I love? I do think Bob Delp is one of the sharpest people I've met. And him and I were supposed to meet for coffee, I don't know, maybe about 6 weeks ago. And then the appeal came up and I went, oh, I better hold back because, I'm not sure if I don't want to cross the line. And so I'd like to resume that coffee date with you because I do think that Bob brings something to when he submits these, that are the emails. There's so much that I learn. We run for city council, and we are oftentimes exposed to terminology that I'm like, I have no idea what that means. And so what I do, I hang out with really smart people that help me, educate me. And Bob, that is something that I think that you have brought, is you've exposed me to things that normally I wouldn't have maybe thought of. I'm a process person, so I know what it is to want to follow processes. And one of the things that I will take away from this is what process can be improved on the city side that I could help support so that we can improve processes, because I'm a believer that problems are not a bad thing. I'm a believer that problems make you look at things from a different perspective. I am a process improvement person, which means that every process could always be improved by some continuous, improvement and looking at things and how can we do things better. So that's really, I think, my comments there. I am, what I was very excited when this project or this building went up for lease, and we saw all of the applicants that applied. And when Taryn, I think, had the highest score of all the applicants, and she was selected, I thought that this would be a great opportunity for the historic district to create some vibrancy. I am looking now, and I'm probably seeing the average age, I don't know, somewhere in the 30s. And young people bring something special to a district that I think the district needs. I have the privilege of being in the district and having a business there, and I think of when I go on these study missions and look at other cities and look at best practices of what we could do to bring back to our city. And trail ale was something that was very common among many cities. It is an economic driver. It is something, it brings a uniqueness to a city. And so I think that's one of the exciting parts of whether this project goes through. I think it'll be really good for the city. That's it. All right. So now we are in the
Call the roll.
motion.
You have a motion and a second.
All right, so we
on
have
the
motion
table.
and a second. All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Council members Rohrbaugh?
Yes.
Aquino?
Yes.
Chalem-Chella?
Yes.
Kozlowski?
Yes.
And Rodriguez?
Yes.
That's it.
Does the Madam Mayor wish to
Take a 5-minute recess?
I think a short recess would be in order to
That wasn't
allow
what
the
I
room
was
to
gonna
clear
ask.
out.
Oh, he was.
take
Oh,
action on the
take
10 o'clock
a
rule?
motion to, yeah.
I'll move to waive the 10:30 rule.
Second.
Will the clerk please call the roll?
Aquino?
Yes.
Chalem-Chella?
Yes.
Kozlowski?
Yes.
And Rodriguez?
Yes. 5 minutes, sure.
Your last item this evening is old business item number 14. This is a study session, Public Works Department's 5-year capital improvement program.
Works Director. That was a very lively discussion we just had. This item will be the antidote to that. It is unfortunately a fairly lengthy presentation, a lot of information we need to share with you. My staff will be joining me in this presentation. We'll do our best to get through it as quickly as possible, but it is a study session. Feel free throughout to interrupt us if you have any questions, although we do have a few stops in the middle of it for Q&A. And let's into the projector. So the item before you this evening was a request that we received from one of the members of the City Council to have a study session on the topic of transportation. After discussion with Mayor Rodriguez and the city manager, we determined that the best vehicle for that would be to have a discussion about the Public Works Department's 5-year capital improvement program. So our goals this evening, as you see, we have numerous goals. There is a nexus between the capital improvement program and the general plan. So I'm going to summarize that quickly. We're going to talk about our traditional funding sources that we use to implement the capital improvement program. And then what our strategy is for going after grants. My staff are each going to come up in a turn and present their particular aspects of the overall capital improvement program. And then we're going to summarize at the end what our current 5-year program includes. So again, the nexus to the general plan is the foundation policy document for the city that guides
the growth of this community between now and, in this case, the year 2035. So it establishes the policies and strategies in the areas that you see listed here. This evening, we're only here to talk about Section 3, which is the mobility chapter. And the reason is because the mobility chapter has several goals in it that are all associated with our transportation system. And you'll notice that the number of goals here, and I've highlighted the key terms: all modes of travel, walk and bike, transit, a network of streets. It includes parking, goods movement, regional cooperation, and funding. These are all areas that your Public Works Department tries to keep this system growing and maintained and operating effectively. That system is shown here in the 2035 circulation diagram, which is primarily focusing on the major streets and all the public assets associated with that. So we're talking about over 700 lane miles of public streets that we have to operate and maintain and add to. We have 30 bridges, 1.7 million feet of sidewalks, over 100 traffic signals, storm drain facilities, nearly 7,000 street lights. And again, distinguishing a street light is the light that comes on in the evening to illuminate the road. You know, common misconception is, you know, people talk about street lights as though they are traffic signals. You know, I just want to make sure we, you know, as we go through the presentation, we understand the distinction between traffic signal and street light. And we have, our best estimate is about 25,000 signs, if you factor in all the parking signs, warning signs, whatnot. So the general plan, when it was adopted, there did require that a traffic study be done to validate that the circulation element would be sufficient by the year 2035 with the land uses and the roadway system that were available at the time. That traffic study did identify several projects, in this case road widenings and freeway facilities, that still need to be implemented to fully develop our 2035 general plan. Most of these you'll see are in the Folsom Plan area. They are either underway already or will be underway as development progresses south of 50. And those are almost all fully the responsibility of the developers. However, they are part of our general plan, and so they are included in this list. Your city staff, since the 2018 adoption of this general plan, we have completed the Green Valley Road widening, and we made substantial completion on the Capitol Southeast Connector. But obviously there's more to do there. And you'll notice there are a number of projects that are at various stages of planning or design. So again, the mobility chapter includes a goal about level of service. And this is what actually was the nexus that brought us here this evening. You'll notice that last line that I've highlighted, that we will report to, staff will report to City Council at regular intervals, not sure what a regular interval is, via the capital improvement program process for the council to prioritize projects integral to achieving level of service D or better. So what is level of service and what is level of service D? For our purposes, level of service is something primarily we use to assess the operation of those 109 traffic signals. It is a calculated measure that determines the average delay that motorists are experiencing at our traffic signals. And it's usually assessed during the morning commute, so the highest hour in the morning, and the evening commute, the highest hour in the typical weekday evening. Those are the worst case scenarios that you want to see. Are your traffic signals functioning properly? Because that's what's really going to determine whether or not your transportation system is functioning properly. It is a report card, goes from A to F. A is, just for reference sake, is probably the kind of traffic you're going to experience at 3 o'clock in the morning when this meeting is over. There's not going to be anybody out there on the road. You're going to be able to drive at whatever speed you like. You're not going to be constrained by other automobiles. Level service F is stop and go, you're at a traffic light, it turns green, you haven't moved, the light turns red, you still haven't moved. That's saturation, that's breakdown conditions. We strive, the level service D goal is, yeah, you're going to experience some congestion in the peak hour, but generally speaking, you're going to flow through the system. You're going to be constrained by other cars. You might not be going at the speed limit, and you might miss a couple of signals along the way. But generally speaking, you're going to be able to get from point A to point B with a modest amount of delay in the peak hours. So again, that traffic study that assessed the 2035 general plan said you have a few signals that are not going to meet the level service D policy by the end, by build-out conditions. And so I've listed these intersections here. You'll notice that I have the 2018, which is when the traffic study was done. The AM commute is generally speaking, you're looking at the 7 to 8 AM window is typically our peak, and the PM peak is typically 5 to 6 PM on weekdays. So what you're seeing here is an intersection like Folsom Auburn at Folsom Lake Crossing. In 2018, it was already operating at D in the morning and E in the afternoon. It will achieve breakdown conditions, or is forecast to achieve breakdown conditions by 2035. And you'll notice several of these other intersections are also going to hit level service E or F by 2035. We have, in the case of Blue Ravine at Prairie City, a few years ago, we actually added a second northbound left turn pocket to that intersection, and that went a great way towards improving the peak hour level of service at that intersection. So there might be more to do there, but I think we can actually consider that one as essentially completed. But again, there are a number of intersections here that are either in the design process or we're actively seeking funding so that we can take them into design and hopefully construction.
So Mark, can I just ask a question here? So seeking additional funding, that's through what process?
Typically through a grant process. In this particular case, we're looking for usually state funding through the State Transportation Improvement Program called STIP. And these are funds that are administered through the regional planning organization, SACOG. So they do a funding round every 2 or 3 years to the entire, four county region, where we submit projects and why we think that's a valid addition to the regional transportation system, and then they make a determination on whether or not to provide us with funding. So you'll recall we provided you with a list a few months ago of programs or projects that we were going to submit to SACOG, one of which was to start studying the use of the feasibility of roundabouts at some intersections. There were a couple of projects having to do actually with roadway and trail maintenance, which is another aspect of our capital improvement program.
Okay.
Mark, quick one.
Yes.
Besides our general fund and SACOG fund, is there any other source for your department?
I'll actually get to that in a couple of slides, sir. So in addition to the general plan as a guiding document for the projects that we have on our plate that we have to implement, there are several other documents that are feeding into our capital improvement program. The active transportation plan, which I believe you recently approved, which is a combination of our bike master plan and our ped master plan. That document alone has over 300 recommended projects at an estimated cost of over $200 million, none of which are funded, that we will have to find a way over time to incorporate those into our transportation network. The pavement management program, Mr. Chance will talk about that later. This is about keeping our roadways in as good a condition as we can afford to. We also have a sidewalk maintenance program, storm drain master plan that you'll hear about in greater detail in a bit.
We've talked about the local road safety plan in recent meetings. This is a state mandated process of assessing the worst traffic collisions that we are experiencing in the city. So we're talking about anything that involves a fatality or severe injury. The local road safety plan looks into the factors that caused those accidents, the locations where those accidents occurred, and what would be the appropriate corrective measures to make those accidents either less severe or not happen at all. And that feeds into our ability to apply for Highway Safety Improvement Program funding. We also maintain a list of what that we call the intersection control evaluation list. I liken this to, you'll recall, the strategic planning process you all went through recently, and occasionally an idea would come up and the consultant said, well, we're going to put that in the bike rack. Right, we're going to talk about that later. It isn't a great fit for what we're talking about, but it merits further discussion. That's what our ICE list is. It's a list of 18 intersections that have come up over the years where we say, you know, you're right, maybe we should look at that intersection. Maybe there's something we can do there. It's not funded. It's not in our capital improvement program. So let's put it in our own little bike rack here and see if we can find a way to incorporate it into a project over time. Our ITS master plan, this is, again, something Zach will talk about in more detail later, but we're just trying to milk as much capacity out of those 109 traffic signals as we can possibly do through the use of technology. The specific plans that are still active, the East Area Plan, Broadstone and Folsom Ranch are all projects that still aren't fully built out, and there are still fees coming in that we can utilize to implement some projects. And then lastly, again, the strategic plan that you all adopted at your last meeting will have an implementation action plan, and that in and of itself might include more capital improvement projects for us to implement your strategic plan. So what are the elements of a 5-year, or actually any capital improvement program? It is the entire life cycle of every project in the 4 disciplines that the Public Works Department oversees: storm drain, traffic, streets and sidewalks, and then the major transportation projects. So our capital improvement program starts at the planning level through design, construction, the ongoing maintenance and operation, and then the reassessment of that facility to see if it's functioning the way that we intended. And if it's not, then it goes right back into the planning process and we start all over. So most of our projects, when they're complete, they don't really require overhaul, but they do require tweaking. Like maybe we finish a traffic signal and we think the timing is working right, but over time, the traffic volumes change, or we decide to tweak those signal timings to maximize traffic flow. So that would be an example of where, you know, we're constantly cycling through and reevaluating a project. So, Vice Mayor, you asked about primary funding sources, and here we are. You mentioned the general fund. General fund is one that we actually strive very hard to avoid using general funds on our capital improvement projects, because most of our projects are massive. You know, if you're talking about like an interchange, you're talking about a $75 million project. That's certainly not something that we'd want to burden the general fund with, unless we're absolutely certain that we can recover those funds in a timely fashion. So what we try to do is we rely on these other funding sources that you see listed across the top here. Fund 446 and 448 are fees that are collected by new development north of Highway 50. So that has been one of our primary funding sources over the last 30 to 40 years of growth in this community. But by definition, as you achieve build out north of 50, that fund is going to dwindle away and no longer be a revenue source for us. Measure A is the Sacramento County half-cent transportation sales tax. The current measure is about halfway through its 30-year life cycle. It was established 14 years ago. It will sunset in 16 years. In 2022, there was a ballot measure to add an additional half-cent sales tax that would overlap with the current Measure A. That measure failed. So again, the Measure A funding source, which governs our traffic safety and operations, bike and ped, and pavement management, if nothing else happens, that funding source will cease in 16 years. Gas tax and SB1 are revenue sources from the state that are allocated on a population basis. We do enjoy a pretty consistent revenue stream there. But again, as the fleet, the motoring public's fleet adapts over time, more electric vehicles, more hybrid vehicles, that revenue stream is going to start to either flatten out or diminish. And unless the state finds a method for assessing those electrics and hybrids, and this is another funding source that is at risk. And then lastly, we have a very minor pot of money called the light rail impact fee. This is actually money that comes back to us from regional transit to help mitigate any impacts associated with the Gold Line light rail extension. As you see, we only get about $100,000 a year. It's a very heavily prescribed fund. You can only use it on projects that are going to help mitigate those impacts that are associated with light rail.
What's an example?
A good example is we recently went through upgrade of our traffic signals along Folsom Boulevard to make them more, tie them back to our traffic management center, make them communicate better with RT's crossing equipment. That was one where we were able to use some of these impact fees. We did an expansion of the park and ride lot at Iron Point Station. That was another opportunity to use these fees.
Okay, so since we spent all night talking about the historic district, could we use that Fund 451 for parking mitigation in the historic district now that we have this overlay responsibility to not ask for parking from any development?
We can up to a point. Again, it's not a lot of money to work with here, but a good example is the wayfinding signage.
Yeah,
that
that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, we actually used 451 to help fund that.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, after you finish, I will ask.
Oh, okay. I was just going to point out at the bottom that there are some funding sources that some of our fellow agencies do have available to them that Folsom does not have at this time. A local tax has been discussed from time to time here at the City of Folsom that has been implemented by other communities in this region. That is another potential source of revenue for a capital improvement program, and a stormwater utility fee, which is different than the drainage impact fees. And Mr. Neves will talk about that a little bit when he gets up and to give his part of the presentation. You had a question?
Yeah. Those top two are from south of 50 predominantly.
No, those are both for north of 50. And so again, as development approaches build out north of 50, those are the funds that are going to start to dry up. I did not list the south of 50 developer fees, because that is only can be used south of 50, and it is only being used by the developers to implement those projects that I discussed earlier. So the widening or the extension of Empire Ranch Road, the widening of East Bidwell Street, they are using south of 50 developer impact fees. That is basically their money, and then they're being reimbursed by every home and business that is being constructed there.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes,
And the remaining Measure A gas tax, Senate bill, I believe, light rail, is that the per capita percentage, or Folsom, you get this percentage? How does that work?
I'm pretty sure those are allocated per capita. Sometimes these programs are done on a road mile basis.
Okay.
But, and Stacy, I don't know if you have any information on that. I didn't, I don't know that off the top of my
Okay,
head.
it's
but
okay. I'm
my
curious.
recollection is that it's on a per capita basis.
Per capita basis. Okay, thank you. And any examples on the local tax? This is more for your side, public works side. Is that what you are saying? The local tax not
I think
implemented?
it's more that if a community were to adopt a general use tax, like you've seen in Rancho Cordova or Roseville, that those funds can be utilized to create a capital improvement project.
It's part of that half a cent, 1 cent kind of increase.
Right.
Okay, got it.
In addition to all the other uses that a community would identify.
Identify.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Grant funding is one of the key methods that we rely on to try to deliver these multi-million-dollar projects. Because if you look back at these funding sources, you know, we're looking at fund balances that generally are sitting right now at $4 million. That's not going to get us very far when you're talking about a $75 million interchange or a $4 million roundabout. So we use our local funds as leverage, as local match, and we go out and seek state and federal grant programs where we can. The typical programs that you see is SB1 does have, in addition to the formulaic allocation that we automatically get, they have a competitive program that we can go after, but that is a statewide competitive program. Highway Safety Improvement Program, you're familiar with some of the projects that we already have underway that are outputs of the local road safety plan. Air quality and state transportation, these are programs that come into the region, and these are the ones that are allocated by SACOG through their biannual funding round. And then the active transportation program, this is actually two different programs. There's a state ATP and a regional ATP. Good example of a project that we've been trying to get ATP funding for is that Riley Street sidewalk project that we've discussed a few times. And we just don't compete very well. Folsom doesn't compete well at the state level because of socioeconomic reasons, social justice reasons. There are more needy communities in the state that those funds almost always go to. And yet, you know, we'll keep making a run at these grant programs, knowing that we have to write a perfect grant to even compete.
So something that I think just recently from looking at some of these programs, it's unfortunate that it seems like fatalities need to happen in order for something to get an attention. Or I think most recently with maybe SACOG, if it's a green type of project where then it's going to get attention. Is that something that is a fair statement?
No, those are both very fair statements that the Highway Safety Improvement Program only funds collision mitigation where you're talking about severe injuries or fatalities. So, you know, even if you have a location that has a high accident rate, but the accidents are not considered severe, you could not apply for HSIP funding. And then, yeah, you mentioned just some of the state and regional criteria. It does skew towards air quality, green energy, and so again, you know, we find ourselves struggling a lot of times to compete against communities that have more density and more socioeconomic layers than the city of Folsom does. Federal programs, I'll go through these quickly. We do have a bridge maintenance program that we participate in. Congressionally directed funds has actually been a little bit of a surprising windfall for us. This is what used to be called earmarks. Earmarks went away about 15 years ago from the federal budget. They have recently been reinstated under the alias of congressionally directed funding or spending. Our former Congressman Barra was instrumental in helping us get funding for both the Riley Street Sidewalk project and the connector bike trail. And we've recently been notified that our new Congressman Kiley, has helped us to achieve funding to help with our safety improvements on Folsom Lake Crossing and to help us finish the design of the Empire Ranch Road interchange. So that's a gravy train that we want to keep that one rolling along, and we have some great legislative advocates that help us to craft good applications to our congressional representatives. And so hopefully that's one that we'll be able to rely on for the foreseeable future. And then there are a few other programs that, again, we make efforts to apply for these grants, but some of them are, very skewed against us, either because of the size of our community or because of our socioeconomic status.
I have one question on this one.
Yes, sir.
Before. Apologies again for asking the same question. Maybe Mike, I should have bought you a beer for a SACOG. Is all these bullets funding is coming from SACOG, from the state and federal level, or some bullets are coming from the SACOG? Some we can directly go to feds and some we can directly go to state.
Yeah, it's a good question. So for example, looks like my pointer's not working. The HSIP program does not go through SACOG.
Okay.
It goes through Caltrans.
Okay.
SB1 also goes through Caltrans and the California Transportation Commission, and oftentimes, thank you. And actually, STA plays a role in helping to select and prioritize SB1 competitive projects.
Okay.
The CMAC and the STIP and the regional ATP are all funds that are, thank you, sir, that are administered through SACOG
Right.
into the 4-county region. SACOG actually oversees a 6-county region, but El Dorado County has their own transportation planning agency, and so does Placer County. So again, in these particular cases, we're competing in a 4-county pool. Okay.
Yeah.
And federal programs generally are not administered through SACOG.
Got it.
Most of those we go through either Caltrans, Federal Highway Administration, or USDOT.
Got it. So the ones with the SACOG, I think we don't have to worry about. We have a great leader there from this council. So the other ones is the one you are talking about, socioeconomic status may not be favorable for Folsom. That's why we are not getting the grants approved. Is that what I'm understanding right? Okay, good. I'm asking some of the other cities also, as even through the cap-to-cap activities and all those. That's why I want to understand first. Rather, I ask the council member from Rancho Cordova, I rather ask a Roseville council member how they are thinking and where they are asking the assembly member Kiley. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. I'm almost done with my part, I swear.
Oh.
So how does this grant strategy process work? And again, it is a never-ending cycle that my staff and I are always working on. We start by determining what are our community's priorities and are any grants available that will help us to achieve those priorities. Can we compete? What is the local match? Almost every grant program that we go after, they say, yeah, we'll fund you, but you have to have some skin in the game. So, like the SACOG funding program is around 11% local match. So whatever they award us, we're gonna only get 89% of it back. And that's an important point as I follow through this flow chart. Some are as high as 50%. So that's also something that we have to factor in. When you look at the limited local funds we have, do we have enough to cover our local match and actually implement that grant? And that gets into the next point. Even if we get the grant, can we guarantee that we have the staff to deliver it? Can we deliver it within the timely use of funds? Most of these grants require you to implement the project and bill for your reimbursement within 2 or 3 years. And if you don't succeed,
then they'll say, well, yeah, well, I don't know if we're going to award you any funding in the future. You didn't deliver with the last round. Why would we, trust you with our funding in the next round? And then bullet number 4 is super critical too. Most of these are reimbursement grants, meaning we have to fund it up front and then develop or deliver the project and submit for our reimbursement. That reimbursement process can take years. Great example is the Green Valley Road project that we finished in 2020. Just today, we got the check back for how much? $4.9 million worth of our funds that have been locked up for 2 years. Now we can take those $4 million and put them back into box 1 and say, okay, now we can use it as our local match for the next big project. But that's this leapfrog game that we're always playing of taking what limited local funds we have, trying to leverage them where we can to deliver these major projects that are on our capital improvement program, knowing that because of local matching, that fund, it's always going to be dwindling, right? Because we're never going to get back 100% of what we're investing. We're always going to be getting back 90% or 50%. But nevertheless, that's the process, that's the strategy.
So can I just get clarification on bullet number 3, the timely use of funds? So when you're given a grant, you're given also a time frame?
Yes.
Is that time frame, just because how slow things work sometimes, is that time frame reasonable where you can tap into those grants?
I would say generally it is if everything goes as planned. The Green Valley Road project was a great example where clearly we've delivered the project, right? There's a 4-lane facility out there. It's been out there for years, but there were a couple of, I'd call them accounting issues that threw Caltrans for a loop. The original contractor that we went with became insolvent. We had to let them go and hire a new contractor to deliver the project. And trying to explain that to the bookkeeping at Caltrans, it confused them, and we had to provide more documentation. And at some point along the line, they said, oh, hey, by the way, the time frame for you to use those funds, I think those were SB1 competitive funds, they said that time frame lapsed. And so they were not going to award us the funding or the reimbursement. And we had we actually went to Kevin Busey at STA. We went to the California Transportation Commission and said, this is beyond the pale. We've delivered the project. We delivered it in a timely fashion. And just because someone at Caltrans can't, put the right comma in the right box or something, you're going to deny us over $4 million. And CTC, to their credit, said, no, you achieved our goal. You spent our money, you delivered a project. And so they prevailed upon Caltrans to say, just, go ahead and sign off on it. So it does happen from time to time that we run into issues like this. But more often than not, we're given 2 to 3 years. Yeah. And, that's part of the staff time commitment. You're looking at my project management staff right here, and if, let's say I get all 10 of those SACOG grants that we applied for this year, I'm going to be doling them out to these 4 guys and say, hey, you got to deliver these in a timely fashion.
Yeah, based on your
yeah, I'm pretty sure we're not.
Based on your past experience, though, when Dave was here and now you took over, do you have any examples on the staff time commitment? We said we can't do it. Just let it go.
I think that factors into the list that we submit to you before we even apply for the SACOG grants. Sometimes there's things that you saw the list of projects that I showed you earlier, and you're going to see it again at the end of the presentation. There's some of these things that we haven't started yet because we just know we have other priorities. We don't have enough staff to go after everything. And there are some that we've gone after 3-4 times, and we just keep getting denied funding. It still takes staff time to do the grant, and if we ever get awarded it, then I have to commit one of my project managers to deliver it.
Got it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, so we have made some progress here. I'm actually going to step back from the presentation unless you have any more questions for me. And then I'm going to turn it over to Ryan Neves, who's going to talk about the drainage and stormwater program. Any questions?
You'll be here until May?
July 31st.
July 31st, so we can ask more questions. Thank you.
Good evening.
I know you're concerned. Oh, May?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of City Council. Ryan Neves, Senior Engineer in the Public Works Department. Happy to take a minute to talk about our drainage and stormwater program, how it ties to our Public Works Capital Improvement Program. So our stormwater program components are really dictated by the state and our permit that we have with the Water Quality Board. And some of the activities that the program requires is obviously facility operations and maintenance. So like one of the previous slides showed, we have about 270 miles of underground storm drains. So that's inspection and maintenance of that. Creek maintenance, detention basin maintenance, and other activities. Another component of our stormwater program is stormwater quality improvement activities. They include things like construction inspections specific to stormwater compliance, commercial, industrial inspections, municipal operations, again, with a focus on stormwater compliance like at our Corp Yard or other city facilities, illicit discharge, making sure that, we investigate any reports of, discharges to the storm drain system or the creeks, and any enforcement activities, cleanup activities, public outreach, and some of the other things listed there. And then also developing our capital improvement projects specific to drainage and stormwater. The stormwater quality improvement activities, thankfully, we don't have to undertake those alone. We're a member agency of the Sacramento Stormwater Quality Partnership, and that consists of Sacramento County and then all of the individual cities within the county. And so we do a lot of those activities on a more regional level rather than just individual focused on Folsom, some of the municipal inspections and public outreach activities such as that. But the funding for that comes from the same pot of money that our drainage and stormwater capital improvement projects come from. And, the thing I want to make note of there at the bottom is just that of all those agencies within the Sacramento Stormwater Partnership, Folsom is the only one that doesn't have a stormwater utility fee. And, I know that over the last 20 years, there have been a couple pushes that the city made to implement a stormwater fee. In 2006, we hired a consultant to do the necessary studies to develop what an appropriate stormwater fee rate would be. They made a recommendation to move forward. The next step would be to put it on the ballot, but for whatever reason, economic climate or potential timing of other activities, it never moved forward. And then again in 2014, the City Public Works Department put out an RFP to again update and develop stormwater utility rates. And we received RFPs, but never ended up awarding the contract. And so we didn't even move forward with figuring out what the updated rate would be at that time. And again, I'm not sure entirely what the reason was, whether it's, timing of other potential tax measures being put on the ballot or, whatever it may have been. But definitely something that would be a benefit to us. And for comparison of some of the neighboring agencies, the city of Rancho Cordova, they currently charge single-family residences $6 a month for their stormwater utility rate, which equates to about $70 a year. Commercial projects are obviously going to be a little bit more, but it's typically based on the amount of impervious area. But from that fee, they're able to generate roughly $3 million a year to put towards their stormwater program and their stormwater and drainage capital improvement projects. And just one other example, City of Elk Grove, their rate that they charge for single-family residences ranges from $12 to $40 per month, and they're able to generate up approximately $9 million per year for their program.
Just for the drainage and stormwater, is that correct?
It's,
Wow.
yeah, specific to basically the activities listed on this page.
Right, okay. So it is a measure on the ballot to
Correct.
increase that not like any assembly bill. Recently, we increased $10 for the garbage trucks, that section, because of the assembly bill and organic waste. Any of that state allow us to do?
We'd have to put it on the ballot for the residents to consider, voters to consider.
It's not that easy, like organic waste, we just did it. We increased $10.
Yeah, we can't just do it. We have to, the voters have to vote.
Is it we can't do it if it's specific to use for stormwater utility improvements, or we can't change our utility rates to acknowledge costs that we have for operating our utilities?
That's a very, very good question. So allow me to address that, if you don't mind, Councilmember Kozlowski. The key here is to recognize this would be a new fee, a new property-based fee. So it's subject to Prop 218. Hence, voter participation is required, voter approval is required.
By way of the 218 process?
Prop 218.
Where we send out postcard ballots, or
Not this
it
one.
needs to be on a November or primary ballot?
That I need to look into. I think
I
this
guess-
actually does require the typical Prop 218 process, not necessarily the vote. It's the property voter, because it's a property assessment.
I got
A
you.
new
But the
property-related fee.
218, I mean, in some respects, is kind of a send this back if you don't want it, right? So it's kind of the opposite of, or in some respects, excuse me, it is a lower threshold to
You have
jump
to
over
submit
than putting it on the ballot and asking for a majority or two-thirds.
It's the ballot, it's the same word ballot, but it's property assessed, property-based
Okay, but it's
fee.
via the
Right.
218 process.
still a
Okay,
ballot. Yes, sir.
that clears up my question. Thank you.
So how do we develop or identify the drainage and stormwater capital improvement projects? It's largely based on our maintenance needs. We try to be proactive, like I said, inspections and maintenance of our storm drain system. We do routine inspections. We do have a camera that we run down storm drain system. Unfortunately, more often our projects are more reactive based on things that happen like sinkholes and localized flooding. There's obviously quite a few pictures on the screen here. So some of them were taken from our CCTV. And so you can see on the picture on the top right and the one kind of in the center, it's a corrugated metal pipe that the bottom has failed. And in that case, it often leads to erosion. It washes out the pipe bedding material and then impacts, typically these storm drains are under the roadway, and so it'll impact the base and then the roadway itself, and can lead to sinkholes, which we've had. Most of the older infrastructure that we have is corrugated metal pipes that were cheaper to construct than reinforced concrete. Now with most of our public works projects, we are pushing for reinforced concrete pipe. But even from the other photo, second from the left, we still see issues with reinforced concrete pipe where joints will, it'll have some differential settlement and again can cause erosion. And so, localized flooding could sometimes be an indicator that there's an issue with the underground storm drain system, that the capacity is not there, or that, that the system has failed. So that's usually how we develop these projects. And then there are some always updates from the state and requirements that we have, from those stormwater quality activities. So this is a list of the current drainage and stormwater projects. This is these are I guess the highest priority projects of a very long list. And I don't need to go into detail on each of these projects unless you have questions on them. But, I want to point out that while the costs for these projects don't necessarily look like they're, extent or, very high, especially compared to some of the costs you'll see for some of the transportation projects that, you'll see it later on in the presentation. They're, really isolated repairs to problematic areas. And so for one example is our Natoma Street drainage project, and you can see it listed there as a phase 2 and a phase 3. So this project was actually, it was 3 phases. The first phase is shown in blue on the screen, and it was originated because of a failure that caused flooding to local residences. And so the Public Works Department hired a contractor to, reroute the storm drain and address the immediate issue. Then we investigated the remaining system. The downstream system found that there are other deficiencies, that maybe weren't immediate and likely to fail, but things that needed to be addressed. And so we developed both this phase 2 project that's in red, that's currently under construction, and the future and final phase 3 project that would address this small sliver of the city and the drainage needs in this area. And it's a relatively large project when it comes to drainage. It's something that we had to divide into 3 different phases, but it's really only about 2,000 feet of storm drain, so less than half a mile of storm drain. And when you factor in the design, environmental, right-of-way, and construction costs for all 3 phases, it's going to end up being about $3.5 million. So, the longer we go with just kind of addressing a very limited amount at a time, our deferred maintenance and needs are just going to continue to grow. So that really concludes my drainage focus portion of the presentation.
You might have said it, Brian. The sourcing for these dollars is from general fund?
So some of them, again, we always do try and find some grant funds, but generally it's from the drainage impact fee, again, because all of these projects are north of 50 within that area. And then there's some times that we pull money from gas tax.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. That was
There's
very
not
educational.
Any other questions on drainage, I'll be happy to turn it over to Zach to talk about traffic.
All right, time for traffic. All right. Good evening. Zach Bosch, Senior Civil Engineer in the Traffic
Do we need to
Division.
start the clock?
3 minutes.
I'll make it quick. Yeah, I'll be the 3-minute speaker, not the 10-minute speaker. All right. I'm quick here.
I love that.
Yeah. So within the Traffic Division, the focus of our capital improvement program falls within 3 major categories: our traffic signal operations and maintenance, our intersection control improvements, and our traffic safety projects. So first up would be our traffic signal system upgrades project. As stated before, we have about 109 signals currently operating in the city of Folsom. They require ongoing annual maintenance to allow us to keep the capacity at what it is. So external components such as our signal heads, our LED bulbs, our PED push buttons, all of these things wear out. They require maintenance on an annual basis. On the right of that picture is our cabinets. So those internal components also have a life cycle and a life cycle cost for those components. So our controllers, our detection cards, our relays, our switches, all that stuff needs to be replaced on an annual and ongoing basis. So we budget this project annually, and it's based on essentially the equipment, their anticipated life cycle costs, and then we have our maintenance, our city maintenance crews go out and replace many of these components, so we don't have a contractor going out and spending money that way. So we do proactive maintenance on a lot of this equipment. Our LED bulbs, for example, life cycle's about 15 years on those. We typically look at 12 or 13 years before we proactively replace them, so we're not getting emergency call-outs. We're not spending time outside of our normal business hours to replace that. Secondly is our intelligent transportation system. So this is a maintenance as well as an upgrade project, specifically to upgrade elements of our ITS master plan, which was a city council adopted plan in 2018, and it replaced outdated and obsolete equipment dedicated towards traffic signal equipment. So we now install video detection, we install signal performance measures for our traffic signal systems, and so this allows, these robust technological advancements allow us to kind of eke out that very let's see, it allows us to kind of eke out more efficient and effective operations out of our signals and maintain our level of service even while traffic continues to grow. So on our highest traveled corridors of Riley Street, Folsom Boulevard, East Bidwell, we do real-time traffic volume data collection as well as signal performance measures, and then we optimize the signal timing through our traffic system software. And so that allows us to evaluate and optimize our traffic signal timing along these major corridors on a 2 to 4 week basis. And when you compare that to the way we used to do things, which was 5 to 7 years, every 5 to 7 years, and we'd hire a consultant to perform the work, run a traffic model, you can see how this investment in this technology performs, it actually recaptures some of that money we would have spent on consultant fees. And this program or this project also installs our CCTVs at our intersections. Yeah. So we can, in real time, monitor traffic congestion.
Zach, so I've had a couple of most recent complaints about, the traffic lights on such and such street, and then I sent the information in, and I'm not sure if it probably got to you, but do you get residents that will call you and say something's wrong on this street, the lights just don't seem to work, and then you go in and you check it, and then if it needs to be tweaked, you tweak it at that point?
Yeah, our first option is to troubleshoot the issue to kind of determine when and where it happened. Yeah, but yes, we accept emails, phone calls. SeeClickFix is another resource that we use. So really, the main criteria that we look for is where did it happen and when did it happen, and we can use this system to essentially travel back in time and look at what actually occurred. You know, did that vehicle stop well before the stop line and not get detected? You know, is it a failure of our traffic signal system? Were they just a little impatient? You know, we kind of have to get to the bottom of what happened before we can troubleshoot it. Yeah. But yeah, it's as we grow this ITS master plan out, we'll have more and more signals connected to this system, and we'll be able to better help residents at these other intersections that aren't connected.
Yeah, I remember when I was in our leadership class, this was getting implemented, and I mean, for me, as I started, it was a really aha, like, wow, this is amazing use of technology to be able to do this in-house as opposed to, as what you said, maybe hire a consultant, spend money, and it takes a lot of time. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, it's a great resource for us. Yeah.
Did we ever resolve to try and make use of the preemption system that startup company that's in the Granite House is developing?
We did a trial, 6-month trial of Light, LYT, the software. It's a software-based preemption system. Yeah. We used it up and down East Bidwell, up and down Natoma. So we completed that trial, and I'd be happy to share that information with you.
I'm curious about it, so yeah, sometime else. It doesn't have to be right now.
For sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Quick one before you turn. The video monitoring, the cameras up. Do we have a plan how many we are going to install every year? Or?
Yeah, so as we actually got awarded grant funds through SACOG in the 2020 funding cycle for maintenance and modernization. So that project will complete the build out. We anticipate the completed build out of our CCTV network through that project. So on my next slide, I'll show you the anticipated start date for that. But yeah, we hope to have every intersection connected to our fiber optic network, running back to our traffic management center, and have CCTVs included at every intersection. Yeah, so there's other elements to it I'll expand on.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? I'll keep going if not.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Our third element of traffic signal operations and maintenance is our intersection control improvement project. So this is kind of the source of the most recent ICE study, the intersection control evaluation study. And so as we know, traffic is dynamic, and it needs to be constantly reevaluated at certain intersections. So this is one of the elements that we use.
to determine if an existing intersection needs to be improved and how it needs to be improved. And so whether it's a traffic signal, a roundabout, turn restrictions, this is kind of our project, our funding source for that. And then next is our traffic signal it's our signal and traffic delineation modification project. So I got teased for picking this particular project and this picture, the before and after picture. But I'm sure at least one of you up there will recognize the intersection. No, too late. All right. It's East Natoma and Gulf Links Drive. And so on the left, if you see that very short left-hand turn pocket, during school exit times, mostly in the afternoon, that left-hand turn pocket would back up past the storage capacity of that lane and impede the through traffic and the right-hand turn traffic. So this project identified that location as needing improvement, and we converted the middle lane from a through-only lane to a through and left, essentially doubling or tripling the capacity of that left turn there. So we reduced the delay for motorists, and we made it safer for people traveling through that intersection. And so that's all done with, typically with striping, signage, and some signal head modifications.
Were you hoping I would recognize it because I drive through
You know, I
there
would've
3
taken
times
anybody.
every day?
Anybody.
Come on.
Yeah, I could have, but that's not very trafficked. I didn't wave the sign that time.
Oh, no? Yeah. I mean, there's a school right on the corner there, so that would have
Yeah.
a lot of non-voters at that intersection, right? Yeah, probably not a good one.
Thank you. But by the way, just to make a comment, and you did that similar change for Costco coming out, going directly to Serpa. It's working awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that.
That's where I
appreciate
live.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was another location where
It is.
we witnessed a long queue in the left-hand turn pocket. We saw additional capacity in that through lane being converted.
Yeah.
Mark talked about the Prairie City and Blue Ravine intersection where we added a double left.
That's right.
The right turn overlap at East Bidwell and Iron Point, that's another one. Striping and traffic signal modification project that increased capacity and operations. So that's kind of it for that project. Moving on to the traffic safety projects. These are annual and ongoing. So every year, we look for projects identified in the ATP, the newly adopted ATP. And so this allows us to create improvements for our on-street network, for bike lanes, pedestrians. This one is currently funded at about $50,000 per year. So we do have to be very strategic in the use of these funds, especially when we have an ATP that has a project list of multi-million dollars listed. So we do utilize these funds to address resident concerns as they come up, specific to bicycle and pedestrians. So ped push button upgrades or bike lane detection, anything that improves the mobility of these vulnerable road users.
And it seems like, and this is just from STA and SACOG, it seems like there's a lot of money coming out for this part, or it just seems
So,
like,
There's a decent amount of money that is directed towards active transportation. And that is one area where we actually compete fairly well, generally speaking, because we have such a robust network of trails, both on-street bicycle trails and off-street stuff. So we've been super successful, I would say, in that area in terms of gathering funding from SACOG. And mostly we end up competing really well in those categories because not every other community has such a commitment to building that stuff. So there's a smaller pool of people trying to get into that pot. Is that a fair assessment? I mean, that's my observation.
I would agree with you that we've been highly successful when it comes to our trail system and not at all successful when it comes to our sidewalk network.
Yeah, we have been implementing buffered bike lanes through our normal pavement maintenance program to increase our bicycle network in that capacity.
I think as a stunt/test, we should submit a request for like $5 million of delineator posts.
Oh, yeah.
To mark off all the bike trails along U Pickett Road so that they're protected bike lanes. I almost believe that they can't turn us down for that.
It is a cheap option out there, yeah, compared to the rolled curb or the corrugated. Anyway, and finally, on traffic safety projects, we have a project called Traffic Safety Projects. And so this is an ongoing traffic safety project. And its use is tied to our traffic safety committee. So through that committee, recommendations are made. And this funding source allows us to stripe that crosswalk that was approved, or put in that radar feedback sign that was recommended, or to install these highly visible pedestrian crosswalk signs throughout the city.
What was the trench project that you can see on that pavement there behind Home Depot by the sports complex?
That was a utility cut by Comcast.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. I was wondering
Yeah.
at the time what in the world was going on because it was such an unusual path.
And we wanted them to stripe that crosswalk for us when they went through encroachments, but they delayed that project so long that we couldn't wait for them. We went ahead and just striped it anyway, and they came back a year later and did that beautiful trench work out there.
Yeah.
So that's our annual and ongoing projects. And then finally, my last slide here is our larger CIP projects currently in design. And so first is our historic district parking management sign project, or parking management project, so funded through ARPA and our light rail impact fees. And so this is an expansion of the parking signs that are currently on the parking structure, and they'll be expanded out to the other parking lots within the historic district, as well as kind of satellite signs directing people to open spaces within the historic district. So telling people that there's 150 spaces in the parking garage and there's 86 in Traders Lane, and just kind of helping people find the right parking spaces that are within city-owned lots. So, 86. We went out there to lunch the other day. It was completely full at 12 o'clock.
Go figure.
I don't know. Yeah. Don't these people have jobs? And then secondly, the East Bidwell Iron Point US 50 on-ramp project. I had the pleasure of presenting that project a couple months ago. And to refresh your memory, that's the addition of the third left-hand turn lane from Iron Point coming down from Costco and Lifetime onto the westbound US 50 on-ramp, converting the HOV lane for westbound 50 into a metered mixed flow lane. And so we anticipate going to construction later this summer after encroachments are obtained by Caltrans. So we're really close. We have submitted the paperwork. We're waiting for their approval. After that, it should be a pretty quick turnaround for that. Thirdly is our HSIP Cycle 10 Traffic Safety Improvement Project. And this is a project that was developed out of our LRSP, identifying 16 intersections throughout the city, increasing visibility of the back plates, so the actual physical heads of the traffic signal with the yellow back plates, advanced dilemma zone detection, so anticipating a car coming towards the intersection, further back, allowing for safe passage of that car, and then transitioning to the yellow and the red phase. Again, that was a HSIP funded project. And then finally, our ITS master plan implementation project, funded through our SACOG grant. And this is the build out of our ITS master plan. So this is finally connecting all of our traffic signals in the city to our traffic management center, additional CCTVs, upgrading our controllers that are well past 20 years up to the newest current condition, as well as installation of changeable message boards throughout the city, kind of at the major entry points, to relay traffic information to motorists in real time on changeable message boards.
Zach, quick question for you. I don't want to open a can of worms, so I'm not going to state any specific
Sarah,
street.
just open it.
But if there is a request from the council or from residents or whatever to add a stoplight somewhere that is not part of your 5-year CIP, and the council approves that, does it just shift everything else down? Or what are the repercussions?
Yeah, we would have to identify the funding source of that. There's not many eligible grant funds for that, so we would have to identify local funds to use for that. So again, like Mark talked about, we're leveraging limited local funds for higher value projects, and the use of those local funds for projects not identified previously would circumvent that system, right? It would drop everything down on the list.
Got it. Thank you.
Should I make a joke about the $4.9 million check we got today, right now?
Zach, just a quick point. I know the second bullet, you did about 6-7 months ago, that update. And I was with it so happened on the 50 years SAC-RT celebrations earlier this week. And the director for this district was there from Caltrans. I was briefly mentioning to him, I need some help. If anything we need from the Caltrans side, probably he's up in the food chain, because that's one of probably the busiest intersection in our town, right? Anything we want to push to keep your timelines on track, please let us know. So we can do that socialization outside to get some buttons pushed.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we've been communicating with Caltrans throughout the entire process, so they feel like they're a partner in this, and they've never been blindsided up to this point. So their encroachment permit team knows of the project, and we have some minor details to T's to cross and I's to dot. We feel very confident that there shouldn't be any unanticipated roadblocks delivering that project.
Got it. No, I just want to give you that, free hand on the other side.
Absolutely, I appreciate
if
that.
needed, I already put a bug in his
Great.
ears.
Yeah, so that's always appreciated.
And took a selfie also, so there is a proof.
That's good. Okay, so that concludes my portion of the presentation. If there's any questions, if not, yeah, okay. I'll move to Ryan Chance, our other senior civil engineer.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Ryan Chance, Public Works Department.
Good evening.
I'm going to focus mainly tonight on some of our infrastructure maintenance management, and not so much on the capital improvement projects that I'm working on, but we can talk about the pavement management program. As we mentioned earlier, we have 700 lane miles of roads. We also help Parks and Rec with some of the bike path maintenance and 46 parking lots throughout the city that we maintain as well. In the 15 years that I've been here, we've historically had about $2 million of funding for our pavement management, and it hasn't creeped up over the years, primarily because of the steady gas, well, I shouldn't say gas tax, that's relatively new, but the Measure A taxes that we have has been pretty consistent, $2 million a year. So with inflation and such, that $2 million isn't going near as far as it used to. So we're getting a little more creative on our treatments and such. But so we have a pavement management program. We inspect all the roads every 5 years, and it goes into a program, Street Saver, which is pretty powerful. It lets us look at inflation rates, costs of improvements, what improvements go to each type of distress, based on the pavement condition index. And so you can see a couple of examples over there of the different pavement condition indexes. Obviously, 100 would be like a perfect road. We'd all love to have straight 100s. That's my goal. But our overall pavement condition index in Folsom right now is 70. So it's a bit lower than when I started here.
So
75 is really a good goal that we want to achieve.
So Will Kempton reminds me all the time. Will Kempton was at one point the director of Caltrans. Yeah. And he reminds me every so often that Folsom has a PCI of 70, which is one of the best in Sacramento County.
Yes, but I'm not proud of it because some of these local agencies that do have local sales tax measures are creeping up past us, and that they're my direct competition. So
I get it.
Yes, we are proud of our 70, but we can do better.
Ryan, I was going to mention it later on in council comments, but the most recent land use committee meeting we had at SACOG, they gave us a pavement condition index score for the entire region, and within the 6 counties, Folsom is doing better than almost all. But
There you go.
you're correct.
Great
I
job.
just- kudos to
Thank
that.
you. I mean,
but-
thank you. We are. I mean, I have friends come in town all the time and compliment our roads and such, and that's a great segue into this next slide here.
There you go.
So,
There's a super deep dive on the recording of that meeting if anybody ever wants to really dig into it.
yeah, I probably would actually. That's just my style. So, so this is a chart here that just shows, just general. It's always, cheaper to repair something and maintain it when it's in better condition. So, roads are no different. So you can see here in the green zone, in a good pavement, you're looking at about $12 a square yard for maintenance. As they deteriorate, which happens pretty rapidly, you can get up to $60 a square yard if you let your condition, get to that point, which is the goal is to maintain everything at a higher level. So it's like juggling, 100 tennis balls or so. So as you can see on the right here, this is all from our most recent pavement management report. One of the goals would be to maintain our PCI at 75. That's like a pretty standard thing in the pavement world. So in 2015, our needs were estimated at $8 million a year. And as I said earlier, we get $2 million a year. And that was in 2015 before our recent inflationary jump. In 2020, it was estimated that we need $10 million a year to maintain it, 75. And in 2023, where we are now, it's estimated we need $12.5 million. So you can see how that need is growing, every year. And so as long as we don't start funding our pavement management more, you can see where we're going to end up. We're going to end up rather quickly in the yellow zone, blue or yellow zone, which is where we don't want to be because it makes it even harder to come back from. Yeah. So you can see also some deferred maintenance costs. I'm not trying to scare anybody, but the numbers speak for themselves, how expensive things get when you get past a certain level that's hard to come back from.
The deferred maintenance estimate region-wide is $6 billion right now.
Yeah, it's
with a B, yeah.
And we're not alone by any means. I mean, look at Sac County, go drive down Madison, but
sure,
we don't want to compare ourselves to Sac County either. So, this is why I wanted to focus on our pavement management in this presentation tonight because it is so important to me.
Yeah, for my layman mind, what is that one example on that deferred maintenance?
I'm sorry, what?
What's the one example of the deferred maintenance item?
What is one example?
Yeah.
Well, it's just that as your pavement gets to be in worse condition, it's going to cost more and more to fix it, right? So it's just like your house. If you don't paint it, and then water starts seeping in the cracks, now you don't just have to paint it; you have to fix the dry rot, and then you may have to fix leaks in the house and such. So. Does that answer your question? I mean, it's just a growing.
The point is, the longer you put it off, the more it's going to cost to get up to our standards.
I'm getting that one. If you don't mind, I know it's 11:20. I hate to ask this question. Maybe you can go one piece back, one picture back. My mindset was we are at 75th. Oops. Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah, right. My mindset was this. So that's why I was asking that question. If this is what we are, then I can see it. It is a deferred maintenance, and it's going to cost more. So average Folsom is this.
Close to that, yes.
Right?
Yes.
And that's where I am seeing it, Are we expecting to 100, and hence it is a $52 million less to get to 100?
Oh, what would be the PCI for those deferred maintenance?
Yeah.
75. Yeah, it's 75.
So that's the cost to raise every street to 70, at least 75.
Yeah, and when we did the initial report in 2015,
They're
that
not
was
all
where we
75. Some are 25. There are some spots like that.
Then
75 is where
scary.
we were in 2015 at our first big pavement management report that we put together.
Thank you.
So that's kind of where our benchmark was.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
scary.
Vice Mayor Chalem-Churla, I think the punchline here is that what Ryan's telling you is to maintain 75 PCI in perpetuity, we need to spend $12.5 million annually. We're spending $2 million annually. So that delta of $10.5 million year over year is what adds up to the deferred maintenance, the growing deferred maintenance. You know, we look great right now, but it's only a matter of time till those
Yeah.
roads are going to start looking like you saw at the bottom of that last slide.
Got it. So since the 2 millions is not growing for the last 15 years, that's why I was asking that question earlier, is that per capita, then we grow 15,000 people in last 15 years. So it's not growing. My other point is, I know we are talking about the candidates when we all decide to go for increasing the half a cent sales tax, then this could be one of the items we would like to add because people are seeing it, directly.
Yeah, so you'll see a trend with all of us tonight that we all are grabbing for the SB1 gas tax and Measure A money. So it's not like we have multiple pots of it. It's one pot, and we arm wrestle over it every morning. So.
Okay.
When we were when we were having the sales tax conversations, we frequently mentioned roadway needs as among the many needs that those kind of revenues would help support.
Yeah. Save 21 and 22 slides for that. Thank you. It helps. People are visual.
Yeah. Okay, so next up is our sidewalk maintenance program. We recently implemented I would call it a proactive inspection and maintenance program as opposed to our reactive maintenance that we used to do. We used to, wait until we found something or wait until we were notified of something to make a repair, and we wanted to do better than that. So we've recently hired a company that this is all they do is they inspect, measure, document, report, and it's all GIS based with a full report, quantities and costs to get rid of trip hazards and other sidewalk distresses. So that's a new program that we've implemented. Our first run at it, we inspected all of Council District 2. We chose Council District 2 just based on our knowledge of where most of the issues were and just kind of what we've been seeing. For instance, Council District 1 has very few sidewalks. Council District 3 is relatively newer. So it seemed like a good place to start, kind of worst first, get a good idea of what the worst case scenario would be. So that's, we just recently got the results from that inspection. The thing we see is most of the uplifts are all caused by trees, and I've been here before a couple times talking about this. So we spend about $550,000 a year fixing concrete throughout the city, whether that's ADA upgrades, trip hazard repair, distressed concrete, and that doesn't go very far either. So this is the result of our recent sidewalk inspection. Every one of those red dots is an uplift in District 2. They're not all huge uplifts, but they're an uplift regardless. And whether they're huge today, if they're caused by a tree, they could be huge tomorrow or a year from now, 2 years from now. So we have over 5,500 uplifts. We have 48 locations that absolutely have to be pulled out and replaced, which we call permanent repair, which we wish we could do that to every one and put them to rest, but funding won't allow for that. And so the total cost to have all of these cut and shaved down would be $420,000, which is reasonable considering how many locations there are. But as I said, if it's a tree, which most of the times it is, it's going to come right back. Right. So it's just going to be an ongoing thing, which we can't get away from. It's part of what we deal with. I'm just here to explain to you how many locations there are and kind of the impact of the magnitude of what we're dealing with and the financial aspect of it. So obviously it says down here, conventional repair, $2.5 million. That's plus or minus. We haven't gone out and measured each site to see what the complexities of them are. So in 2021, I was here presenting to council an option to adopt a sidewalk ordinance. I'm not here to ask for that tonight, but I'm just reminding you
Right.
that that would be a great option, I feel, for providing some additional funding for the maintenance of our sidewalks. Some other local agencies do have sidewalk ordinances.
Yeah.
And what that does is it gives clear policies, it gives funding opportunities, cost-sharing opportunities. As you can see here with Section 5610 of the Streets and Highways Code, it's the property owner's, a fronting property owner's responsibility to maintain the sidewalk. It's not a popular opinion amongst property owners, but it is a state law that we do not currently follow as our policy. But in doing so, if we were to adopt a sidewalk policy, we could have cost sharing, we could have programs where the city does the maintenance and the homeowner can pay a set fee that we've determined ahead of time.
Yeah.
We can have all these things in place to offset all these costs that we are, as a city, spending when we don't have money to fund other things that, so I'm just throwing that out there as an option. I'd be happy to talk to you more about it, but that is something that other agencies do follow. For instance, City of Sacramento has a pretty robust sidewalk program that if you have a distress in front of your property, you're gonna get a notice, and if you don't fix it, you're gonna get a lien on your property. But they also have, like I said, programs to help the property owners. It's not just fix this, or it's fix this and we can help you in these ways. So that's what we would like to propose.
Well, I grew up in a city where the sidewalk, anything that may have happened on the sidewalk is the responsibility of the homeowner.
Yeah.
So it's
It's a state law. It's whether or not the agencies want to adopt it essentially and follow it.
Thank you, Ryan, for reminding that one. I still remember quite a few
Yeah.
agencies around us are implementing that cost
Yeah, I mean, I think in the
sharing.
environment we're in, we got to look at everything that's on the table for us.
Thanks.
So I'll back it up. That concludes the maintenance portion of my presentation. So if anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer those. Otherwise, I will get into the Empire Ranch interchange.
And Ryan, Mark, maybe we can, the whole presentation was supposed to be 30 minutes total, and we're looking at we're like an hour and a half right now, so we're running really long.
Yeah, I'd like to implement an 11:30 rule.
Yeah, this has just gone far longer than was expected. So can we just shorten the rest of it here, wrap this up in the next 5 minutes? It's just long. Thank you. It's great information, but
the Empire Ranch interchange, again, I was here a couple months ago, gave a presentation on it. It's progressing. Happy to announce, as Mark mentioned earlier, we just got $4 million earmark for it, which will go a long way for design and right of way. We're still short on construction money, but having this money and design completed will help us leverage and put ourselves out for additional grant funding with a shovel-ready project. So I can quickly hand this off to Brian here, but thank you, appreciate it. Unless you have any
Thank you,
other
Ryan.
questions.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor and City Council people. Brian Reed, Engineering Manager for Public Works. I won't go into too much detail on the Southeast Connector because we've talked about it just recently. I will say that we have been provided, at least the JPA has been provided $4 million for the bike trail, but we haven't received any money for the roadway to date. They do have another application in for the transformative SACOG application. And unfortunately, we can't build the bike trail until we build the road because the bike trail is going to go where the existing road is. So there's some utility relocation. That's kind of standard stuff. The biggest crux that we got to deal with is the rail crossing, the current rail crossing. It wouldn't be appropriate to put a connector at grade with an active rail. So our choices would be to decommission the rail crossing or build the grade separation. And the difference is essentially $10 million at this point. It may change over time, but
we're looking at about $15 million of work to build the connector, as you see in blue there, at grade, and 25 million with a grade separation.
Okay, so I've heard this discussion or this line of thinking quite a bit. Why is it that there can't be a at grade crossing of the rail over the connector? I know that it's active, but the likelihood of it being anything more than very lightly used is pretty, remote.
Kind of a speed issue. I mean, you're looking at 50 to 55, at 4 lanes. I would say that
So
there are locations that have this, but they've also created a lot of issues.
Councilmember Kozlowski, I would characterize it that as an active rail crossing, it's governed by the Public Utilities Commission.
10-4.
The Public Utilities Commission does not differentiate between
lightly
an
used
excursion rail versus light rail versus heavy rail. If there's people, if it's a train moving passengers across a roadway, the frequency does not matter to them. They're worried about the safety of those passengers on the vehicle.
In terms of the improvements that would be necessary, but there are designs for at-grade crossings with relatively high-speed roads.
There are, and frankly, this is just something that the connector JPA has not yet actually filed an application with the PUC, so we don't know for certain whether the PUC would allow for an at-grade crossing or not.
Okay.
Once they move into design and actually file an application, then we can call that question.
Okay.
I'll move quickly here. Moving the wrong way. So the other thing I'd like to address tonight is the bridge program. We have 30 bridges. The oldest bridge is the Orangevale Avenue Bridge, 1915, and our newest bridge will be the Alder Creek Bridge that will be completed later this summer. Every bridge, as soon as they're built, they start needing maintenance. So we have quite a few old bridges. There's a bridge funding program for rehabilitation and replacement, and they're very expensive, and that funding is very impacted. So we try to utilize the bridge preventative maintenance program to kind of patch up the bridges that we have. We most recently completed the Rainbow Bridge maintenance project. It was about $800,000. The Orangevale rehab project was in the $2 million range. So recently, staff submitted a bridge preventative maintenance priority list. We found out today that we will be considered in 2024 as a Tier 4 project, which is somewhere in the middle of the road. If we can get Tier 4 in 2024, we will probably get some funding for our projects, but we won't get all of it. So the bridge program is very impacted, and I've been told over the last 8 years, you might as well not even bother asking for any money because you're not going to get it.
So when Caltrans identifies that, and it's Caltrans, correct?
Caltrans.
So when Caltrans identifies that a bridge needs work, and I'm sure you have a specific time frame to get that done, and if it doesn't get done, then what?
Well, Caltrans reviews all of our bridges on a biannual basis, and they provide us a condition assessment. If the condition assessment doesn't indicate that it's structurally deficient, they generally will give us kind of a timeline, but it's kind of a loose timeline, knowing that we will have to fund any additional work that needs to happen. So the bridge maintenance program is very limited on the kind of repairs you can make. It generally doesn't deal with barrier rails, kind of like on the Lake Natoma crossing. Our pedestrian barrier rails need work, but they wouldn't be funded by the bridge preventative maintenance program.
Okay.
But they give you a little bit of time, but nature is the one that dictates how fast you really need
Well,
it.
I think just historically, you've seen nationwide when bridges collapse and the catastrophic events that it creates, and Thank you.
And that's why they do the biannual
Yeah.
inspections.
Yeah.
So that's the list that we have at the moment. There's $4.4 million or $4.9 million of total cost. It would be an 11% match for us. So we would need to come up with $560,000, and the federal share would be $4.4 million. And I will turn it over to Mark. I assume you don't have any more questions because I've been
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
And look, we're done. Except for one bullet. I'm not going to belabor the list. Just you're aware of the projects that we've been working on, the connector, all the work south of 50, the Empire Ranch interchange. You know, Councilmember Kozlowski mentioned our $4.9 million. Sorry, it's already spoken for on the interchange. So the issues that we'd like you to take away from this study session, we're talking about around $250 million in unfunded transportation projects that we've shared with you today. About $500 million in deferred maintenance if you talk about the roadways, the drainage, and the bike trail system. We've discussed the possibility of reconsidering a stormwater utility fee, a sidewalk ordinance. Please take all of this into consideration if and when you opt to pursue a local sales tax. And with that, if you have any final questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'll bid you a good morning.
I think for me, Mark, one of the things, this has been incredibly educational because I think oftentimes what we have are, we can hear this and even coming up with this study session in the next couple of months on East Natoma, onto the Folsom Lake Crossing. But one of the big things for me, the big takeaways is that oftentimes I think councils will say, well, we want to reprioritize things. But the reality is that you guys already have a list of priorities that I think should be taken into consideration whenever the council wants to make other decisions and the impact that it has on the jobs that they're currently waiting funding to get done. And so I think that was just like the really big aha moment for me when it came to transportation-related issues with the city of Folsom. That's it.
Comments? This is awesome. Thank you so much. The only one concern I can probably say it's at almost 12 o'clock. Speeding, we'll talk on some other day. That's a concern, speeding, and the 85th percentile, that's another one, my big concern in this town. Yes, our roads are allowing it, but we really has to relook into that two things.
I'm happy to volunteer Mr. Bosch to give you a detailed study session on speeding.
Absolutely.
I just have one more comment too.
Thank you.
You have an amazing staff.
Thank you.
They really are sharp, they're smart, they're articulate, and to tell civil engineers to hurry up, I know it's it's a challenge. But anyways, you guys are really awesome, and your presentation was very thorough. And I think for the sake of the public, I think this would be something that when people have transportation-related, issues or concerns, this is going to be something that I will refer back to people to watch because it's incredibly educational. So thank you guys for all the work that you put into this.
And we'll post the PowerPoint as we always do as well. It has so much good information.
Thank you very much.
I second the mayor's comments. So don't take any
All
time.
right. All right. Will the clerk please call the next item?
Council comments?
I
wanna
think
start
it's
with the
council
fair?
requests for future agenda
I'm going
items.
to take that as a no. City manager comments?
Oh, okay. No, I have it, but not now.
Okay, backing up. Do we have council requests for future agenda items?
I have one. Actually, I have two. The first one I'd like to is to bring an item to the City Council over the next several meetings to consider Christine Brainer's request for an economic development strategy plan and professional services to start the process of items she listed that are a high priority. In our strategic plan, we identified economic and community development as one of the multi-year goals with several strategies that fall under it. We, as a council, also committed to 5 strategies to address in the first 2 years of the strategic plan. One major factor that stands out is that they all require a revenue stream to get it done, which means we need to look into this ASAP. And I think that we're just at a critical point, and it appears we need to utilize some kind of funding, a one-time use, for a dedicated resource between the City of Folsom and Ted Corp to focus on revenue-generating capabilities for our city. Is that something that interests this council?
It's 11:43.
Mm-hmm.
Consensus to bring that back as an item. It could be considered honestly as part of the budget process, that we could talk about whether you want to include in the budget what sounds like a consultant to work on revenue generating ideas in the economic development space.
I think it should be part of the budget process.
Any other feelings on that?
Yeah, I think it's something that we could do sooner. You know, the budget process, we're not going to end up passing the budget till June. I think we could look at getting a consultant for the next, or committing to it for the next several months, using your authorization, your signing authority to start that process right away. If we start now, then we can put things into effect, you know, within a year probably, if not shorter. But the longer we wait, the longer it is. I don't see this as being a huge expense from what she presented. And then we could talk about, you know, under your signing authority until, you know, well, until at least the budget goes through, and then we could talk about the rest of the funding then. That would be my idea.
Just to throw this out there, there is a sense of urgency to start looking at revenue streams, because as we are, as we have certain financial needs, and then coming together with, say, an ad hoc or some kind of taxpayer advisory group or something along that lines, whatever recommendation comes out of that, we're hitting November of 2024. That is not that far off from where we are right now. So if there's going to be any pre-work, anything done in advance, I just feel we need to get on it ASAP. But
I misunderstood what you were asking about. If it's, you know, giving ourselves enough time to run a proper communication strategy and campaign for a potential ballot measure, then yes, absolutely, we should have been talking about it 2 months ago.
This is...
If it's just a general revenue discussion, then I think we're only 3 meetings away from June. So unless we were going to drop the quarter tonight, we're going to end up in the budget discussion doing that.
Okay. So budget, yes. Okay, very good. And then the other one is that I think that there's several different understandings of what economic development is and how it impacts us, and what I think just how we define it. So I'm hoping that we can get a study session on economic development and the impact it has to us as a council. Not at 11 o'clock at night, I promise. Is that something that interests you? Okay, all right, very good.
Noted.
That's it.
Anyone else?
I do have, but I'm going to pass for next month,
Okay.
next meeting. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
I think before we do any more study sessions, or I want to make sure that we're getting a previous item that we discussed, the Traffic Safety Committee joint session. That was something the majority of this council wanted to see.
That will be coming on June 13th.
Oh, thank you.
June 13th, yeah.
All right, so any other council comments? No? All right, I'm going to make mine short. My Park and Rec Commissioner, Tanya Morales, accepted a job in San Jose. Well, she's still going to be living here, but she accepted a job in San Jose. So she terminated her position on the commission on April 4th. And so I'll be assigning Samantha Davidson, who is a currently at-large commissioner, to me, and that will leave an open position for Park and Rec. And then I just want to share that, I made a rookie move tonight, which I thought was, so after we voted on Taryn's project, I think I just kind of looked around and I didn't even mention, she's all, wait, is this happening? So I just thought it was an interesting observation that, yeah, I didn't tell her, I guess her project was now approved. Anyways, that's it. I'm good. Everything
You're
else.
good. I just want to make one comment. I won't be here in person next meeting. I'll be in DC, cap to cap. I'll make sure I'll get the $500 million, couple of suitcases from DC.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, anything else? All right, well, then I guess we will adjourn our meeting tonight at 11:48 p.m.